Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Thursday, September 8th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's see how it's shaping up here today. It was a little rainy yesterday. Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us now with what to expect.
Yeah, welcome back from your adventure yesterday.
You
can attest it was a little cloudy, a little cool, probably a little breezy on the boat yesterday. Today's going to look a little better. We're going to see a gradual improvement. The only lingering impact we have from all the rain is a lingering coastal flood advisory, and that's just for the shoreline of Anne Arundel County up until 7 a.m. this morning, and that's due to the potential for some flooding, mainly along Dock Street as we hit high tide later this morning. So be prepared for that if you're traveling that direction. Otherwise, your morning drive gets the green light. Sunrise not happening until 6:42 this morning, so we still have a ways to wait until we brighten things up. But after that, we start off mostly cloudy. I think eventually we'll see a little bit of sun, and it's still comfy out there. Temperatures starting off in the mid and upper 60s. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly what to expect for the rest of your day. Megan?
Sounds good, Amy. Thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got a live look at our cameras around the Baltimore area here this morning. We've got light traffic already here at 4:30, but everyone's moving along just fine. We do have continuing coverage now this morning. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the city has lifted its water boil advisory for some parts of the city and all of Baltimore County following a possible E. coli contamination. People in West Baltimore should still boil their tap water, though.
The reason there is a partial lifting and not a full lifting is that DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil water advisory and remaining area.
However, a whistleblower from inside DPW tells Fox 45 News he is questioning those test results.
Those locations should be random. The fact that you go back and test the same locations again and again is not a truly random sample. I think I compare it to doing a poll. If you're always polling the same people, you tend to get the same answers.
Well, if you drank any water in the impacted areas, watch out for common E. coli symptoms like stomach cramps, vomiting, diarrhea, or fever. Symptoms usually appear within 2 to 4 days. If you think you have any of these symptoms, reach out to your doctor for treatment. City leaders have some recommendations if you live in an impacted area. If you're going to cook with or drink water, boiling is necessary to kill the bacteria. Health experts recommend a healthy boil, so just warming up the water won't be enough. It is okay to wash clothes or shower with tap water without boiling, though. Pets are also less likely to be infected, but if you are concerned, you should still boil the water. Now to a city in crisis. Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School students are returning to the classroom this morning after days after a 17-year-old student was shot and killed on school grounds. This morning, we know police are investigating another shooting involving a teen. This time it happened outside Carver Vocational Technical High School in West Baltimore. Well, police say a group of students were walking down Smallwood around 4 o'clock after school had dismissed when they heard the gunfire, and that's when one of the kids felt something had hit him. Police say he ran home where they discovered a gunshot wound. A bullet grazed his head. Paramedics rushed him to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
Wow, it's madness, man. I mean, people from all over the city come to this area, so it could have been anybody.
Anyone with information about this shooting is urged to call police. You can remain anonymous, and you could be eligible for a reward by calling Metro Crime Stoppers. 4:34 now to the latest in the trial against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. We are under 2 weeks away until it begins, and a judge this morning is saying what can and cannot be used in court. The Mosby team's motion to exclude federal experts from testifying was denied, as was an attempt to redact how Mosby spent money pulled from her retirement account. But the request to have prior investigations barred was granted. Prosecutors wanted to prevent Mosby's team from bringing up their arguments that the case is vindictive or racially motivated. That was granted. Their request to exclude defense experts from testifying was partially granted. When pressed by Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost, Marilyn Mosby stayed relatively tight-lipped.
Ms. Mosby, did you launch the business after you lost the primary or while you were in office still?
So when you asked, is that a lie or was that true? comment. Let's go.
Have you had any conversations with Zai, your spokesperson, who made those comments?
No comment. If you were speaking taxpayer, no comment.
Well, jury selection will begin next week. Mosby's final pretrial hearing is scheduled a week from yesterday. Then the jury trial begins September 19th. Fox 45 News will have complete coverage of Mosby's trial. You can follow along both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. A government official under arrest for possibly being connected to the death of a former mob beat reporter. Just ahead, what the official was calling the reporter. And we are moving from showers into drier conditions. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will give us a timeline of the rest of the week's forecast. 4:35 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
.38 on this Thursday morning. As you're planning out your day, it's going to be a drier day and a little bit of a brighter day than yesterday. The clouds are finally starting to clear. We're saying goodbye to the rain. And by the afternoon, I'm optimistic that we'll see just a little bit of sun pop through. And that's going to bring our temperatures back up. After a cool morning in the mid-60s, we'll see our numbers climb through the mid-70s this afternoon. And then eventually we should end the day in the very seasonable low 80s. Now, we are going to stay dry for a couple of days as we head into the weekend. But by the end of the weekend, I am already tracking our next weather maker. I've got an updated look at exactly when that arrives and what it means for the end of your weekend in 10 minutes. Megan?
Thank you, Amy. We have a health alert for you this morning. Advisors for the FDA recommend an experimental drug to treat ALS. The FDA panel voted 7-2 in favor of the drug. It is a reversal from the group's decision in March when they cited concerns over the company's study, saying the evidence wasn't strong enough. There is currently no cure for ALS. According to the data, though, patients who took the drug survived about 10 months longer than patients who did not. The FDA is expected to make its final decision by the end of the month. 4:39 in making headlines, police have arrested a suspect in the killing of a former mob beat reporter. The suspect is a public administrator subject to a recent investigation from reporter Jeff Gearman. The suspect called that reporting a smear campaign, saying that Gearman was a bully. Police conducted a stakeout of the suspect's house yesterday afternoon, including an appearance from the SWAT team. Neighbors say they were horrified to hear of the killing.
Crazy. It's just crazy. This is a really nice community, so to have this is unbelievable.
The suspect's office is closed today, and Las Vegas police say that they have no further comment at this time. The former president and first lady returned to the White House for the unveiling of their official portraits. They share a special friendship with the current occupants of the White House, the Bidens. Joe and Jill heaped praise on them.
There are few people I've ever known with more integrity, decency, and moral courage than Barack Obama.
When I look at these portraits, I see family. Your family, the family we all built, and the families across America that we served together.
The feeling was mutual with the Obamas, including the Bidens in their remarks. President Biden was Obama's vice president from 2009 to 2017, and Obama campaigned on his behalf in the lead up to the 2020 election. The Orioles are putting smiles on faces. Just ahead, how one player is making an impact at the University of Maryland Children's Hospital.
A new study just released on our mental health, why treatment may be critical to avoiding addiction. I'm Liz Bonus. We explain why.
It is 4:44. Teenagers and young adults are having a tough time coping during the pandemic. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how a new study on mental health shows why it might be a critical time to find help.
Hey there, hello to you. This new CDC study says 1 in 4 young people in the pandemic needed mental health help. One reason to address that, providers say, is so you don't self-medicate and raise the odds of addiction.
I was alcoholic by the time I was 16. It's gotten me numerous prison numbers. Then it went to harder drugs.
Nick Mackey knows where that path can lead.
Me and my dad used to get high together. We both fell out in 2017. I woke up, found my dad dead. So it just got worse from there.
64 days clean, Nick says what made the difference this time was reaching out to a treatment center that focuses on treating mental health with addiction. They do that here at Ohio's DeCoach Rehabilitation Center.
If we can get past the substance abuse, we can address the mental health, the trauma, the terrible traumas, then he's going to have a fighting chance of success.
You see, much of the time, the drug and alcohol use starts as an attempt to numb the deeper pain of depression, anxiety, or some other mental health concern, according to the DeCoach team. Realizing that, Nick says, is life-changing.
I'm 30 years old and I don't have nothing to show for it. And like, me and my dad have the same name, and I have a 4-month-old son that also has our name. And it's like, I don't want him to go and talk to me to a rock or always hear about the bad. It's like, I want a legacy. I want to leave behind a legacy.
Nick says even if you have tried before and not been able to stay clean, addressing mental health concerns can help set you up for success. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Thanks, Liz. 4:46 now. We want to check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our Friday Eve forecast.
Yeah, exactly. Lots happening across the country as we get closer and closer to the weekend. I actually want to start off on the West Coast where we see all that bright pink still. Yeah, that's an excessive heat warning that's ongoing for California. Very dangerous heat continues there. But just to the south of there, off the coast of Mexico, you actually see a hurricane. That's Hurricane K. That's going to spread their direction and eventually send them some much needed rain and hopefully some relief from the brutal heat. Off our coast, we find Hurricane Earl. Overnight, that strengthened to Category 2 in strength. Fortunately for us, this beast of a storm is going to move away from the East Coast, not being a threat for us. And that all has to do with that front that's actually drifting offshore. That's going to help shove it off to our east. Now, for us, not much is actually happening. We have that pesky area of low pressure still rotating nearby, keeping the coast cloudy this morning. But for us, we're already starting to see an improvement, and that trend will continue today. Dark and early, looking down at Towson right now. You can't see that improvement just yet, but later today, once we welcome the sun up, I think we will actually see a little bit of sun today, unlike yesterday. Upper 60s, low 70s to begin your morning. Very comfortable as you step out the door. Almost a little fall-like this morning. Today is going to end up a little warmer than it was yesterday. We see a few breaks in the clouds, but I think we are still under the clouds for a good portion of the afternoon and the evening. High temperatures end up in the upper 70s to near 80 today, so just a little warmer than yesterday. And then tomorrow, we welcome back full sun. Clear skies to start your Friday morning off. Friday looks fantastic. What a beautiful day. Nothing but sunshine, highs in the low 80s, which puts us right around where we should be for this time of year. And today we're actually headed there also. I think some clouds will linger, especially for the first half of the day, but we should still manage to make our way briefly into the low 80s this afternoon. If you have plans to grill tonight or eat out on your deck, it's going to be a nice evening for it. Temperatures will start in the upper 70s, cool off into the low 70s after sunset. We've actually got a long stretch of near normal temperatures coming up. Low 80s will take us into the weekend. Upper 70s briefly on Sunday, but it looks like the low 80s are back by early next week. And by early next week, I am tracking our next weather maker. We get a nice little break from the rain that takes us through at least Saturday, I think even through the start of Sunday. It's later Sunday into Monday that moves in and sends us that chance for some scattered showers. Our highest chances for rain come Monday into Tuesday, but temperatures won't change a whole lot. We'll stay in the low 80s all the way through midweek next week. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Looking at your cameras around the Baltimore area, looking pretty great, actually. We saw some volume probably about 10 minutes ago, worse than it is right now. We're moving. No issues to report. For a check now on mass transit, let's chat with Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. How's it going, Kurt? Hi, Kurt. Are you there? Oh, man, we must have lost him. We'll try to get back in with him in just a moment. Meantime, the third week of the Maryland State Fair starts today. If you haven't made it to the fair, this week is your last chance. It wraps up this weekend on the last day of the Maryland State Fair on Sunday, September 11th. You could meet your favorite Fox 45 news anchors, reporters, meteorologists. Make sure to stop by and say hi. Well, the Orioles are putting smiles on the faces of Baltimore in more ways than just winning games. We're talking about one of the players there stopping by the University of Maryland Children's Hospital to hang out with some of the kids there. He played Mario Kart with 14-year-old Evan Cooper, who also plays second base. The games they played were donated to the hospital through Major League Baseball. Very special moment for them. Well, a health breakthrough for people with diabetes. Still ahead, the easy treatment that could replace injections.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington, where young people are increasingly behind some of the city's most heinous crimes. It's a trend that's happening elsewhere as well.
It is 4:52 and developing now this morning. Many cities across the country are seeing a spike in juvenile crime. While most schools are back open, there are concerns of a lasting impact from when those schools were closed because of the coronavirus pandemic. As Christine Frizzau reports, city leaders and law enforcement are now looking for ways to fight back.
City and county leaders nationwide now taking drastic measures following a rise in crime. In Prince George's County, Maryland, vowing to enforce a curfew for juveniles, city leaders say are often out and unsupervised at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning.
Where are their parents? Where are the aunties? Where are the uncles and other family members who are responsible for them?
The crackdown following the deadliest month in the county's history, with 24 murders. In Chicago, the holiday weekend brought with it another round of staggering numbers. At least 55 people shot, 11 fatally, with continued concerns pandemic-era school closures with a lack of services and structure have had a lasting impact.
A lot of parents went to work during the day thinking their teenagers were logged on for remote learning, only to find something else.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot earlier this year drew a direct line between remote learning and a spike in carjackings, with numbers showing a similar trend in Washington, D.C.
We've increased the number of kids that have been arrested for carjacking 2 to 1, outpacing the number of adults that have been arrested.
Bat, cat, tree.
Despite most schools being back open, a teacher strike in Seattle has delayed the start to the new school year as teachers ask for more resources to help the students and better compensation. But some critics are reminded of the teachers' union's push for pandemic school closures and raising new concerns about juvenile crime. While in Baltimore recently, crimes are taking place at or near school grounds.
No one has any trepidation of being prosecuted or going to jail, and now it's a free-for-all.
Certainly these numbers and these trends are going to differ city by city, but we've seen increasingly it's an issue voters care about, with polls showing rising concerns about crime and safety could be among the top issues they'll consider in the November midterm elections. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Thank you, Christine. Police in Canada say the second suspect in a mass stabbing rampage is dead. Officers say they received a tip of a stolen vehicle with an armed driver. An official familiar with what happened says they caught up to the truck and rammed it off the road. They say Miles Sanderson surrendered to police and then went into medical distress and was pronounced dead at a hospital. The commander has given no details on the cause of death. This morning, we're finding out more about the suspect's history of shocking violence. We now know that he had 59 prior convictions. Now the community wants to know why 32-year-old Miles Sanderson was allowed out of jail in the first place. His brother, Damien, is believed to be involved in the stabbings as well, but was found stabbed to death on Monday. Police say they are investigating if Sanderson killed him. Police haven't identified a motive. Members of the small First Nation reserve are now speaking out.
We have one of our aunties that's been affected by this traumatically, as she's related to 70 of these victims. That was her home community. So you can see the devastation of what this is to our family.
Sanderson was released on parole in February while serving a 4-year sentence for assault and robbery. He has been wanted by police since May for violating the terms of his release. 4:56, and we have a health alert for you this morning. Canadian researchers announced a breakthrough in developing an oral insulin tablet. They're calling it a game-changing discovery that could end up helping millions of people suffering from diabetes. Instead of daily insulin injections, researchers developed a tablet that dissolves in your cheek. The findings show the oral tablet is being absorbed the same way as injected insulin. The study's lead investigator says having a tablet or a pill would significantly help poorer communities.
The reach of the insulin is severely limited currently by the ability to refrigerate and keep them refrigerated. So even people in with affluent communities, they also find it very challenging, particularly during traveling and all, to keep their insulin pens refrigerated.
Well, the tablet would also reduce biohazard waste, cutting down on needles and syringes. It would also lower transportation and supply chain costs without the need to refrigerate. They plan to start human clinical trials starting by 2024, potentially getting the new drug to market by 2026.
Yesterday, another student was shot just outside a Baltimore City school. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the details, plus hear from concerned residents.
A whistleblower inside DPW raising more questions about the city's water contamination. Coming up, we'll hear from him and his concerns.
And after a gray and gloomy day yesterday, we're finally going to brighten things up. I'll let you know what that means for the rest of the week in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, September 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to start with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a look at our forecast.
Yeah, it looks a little better today than it was yesterday. Yesterday, we got a little mini taste of fall. It was a little cooler out there, still a little muggy, though. Today, we're going to dry things out. Starting off comfortable this morning, upper 60s. That's what you want to dress for as you head out maybe to the bus stop this morning. Maybe a light jacket, a sweater. It's a good idea. Temperatures will be warming up, though, as we head through the afternoon. I think by lunchtime, we start to see some sun peeking through, and by pickup time, you should see a break in the clouds. Temperatures will climb from the 60s to the 70s into the low 80s by the end of the day. And that's actually exactly where we should be temperature-wise for this time of year. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this nice dry stretch is going to last. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Lens Stoller traffic network and looking at some of the cameras around the area. Wide open roads throughout the Baltimore region. Great news there. We have continuing coverage this morning. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the city has lifted its water boil advisory for certain parts of the city and all of Baltimore County following a possible E. coli contamination.
Thousands of people in West Baltimore should still boil their tap water.
The reason there is a partial lifting and not a full lifting is that DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil water advisory and remaining area.
Now, Fox 45 News, though, is learning from a whistleblower inside DPW who's telling us we might not be able to trust those results.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with that exclusive interview. Shannon?
Yeah, this morning, Patrice, as some people are being told that their water is now safe to drink, this employee inside DPW is raising questions about that. In fact, he's raising questions about whether the city's water tests are true tests.
To date, we have received 25 results back. All results were negative except for one location.
Well, in that news conference, the director of public works announced that the department is now taking hourly samples of water in the affected areas. But this employee we spoke with doesn't know how accurate those results will be. He says often the tests just aren't random enough.
Those locations should be random. The fact that you go back and test the same location again and again is not a truly random sample. I think I compare it to doing a poll. If you're always polling the same people, you tend to get the same answers.
Yeah, so he also questions why investigators independent of the city haven't been called in to also test the water and get independent results. We know right now the city is the one testing the water in their own laboratories. Patrice, Tom?
Now, Shannon, what is the city's response, though, to this?
Well, Tom, the city hasn't directly responded to this employee's concerns, but they have maintained that throughout this entire investigation, they have been in complete compliance with state guidelines. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, the updated interactive map is on the right side of your screen right there, and we have it on our website, foxbaltimore.com, along with a link to search by your address.
The mayor also announcing Baltimore City residents will receive 25% off of their next water bill to make up for the inconvenience. It is not clear whether Baltimore County residents will also see a discount.
DPW is telling everyone in the affected areas to flush their water system. That includes running all faucets on cold for at least 15 minutes, starting at the bottom of the home and then working your way up. There will be more instructions on how to do that on DPW's website.
Bottled water distribution will still be offered until further notice. 5:02 now, a deadly shooting rampage lasting for hours, forcing Memphis residents to shelter in place, is now over.
And Megan Gillen is live from our live center with the person in custody right now. Megan.
A crazy couple of hours, guys. This that you see behind me, this is 19-year-old Ezekiel Kelly. He is now in police custody after they say he killed at least 4 people, injured 3 others, while reportedly live streaming his ruthless attack on Facebook. He was arrested overnight after crashing a stolen car about 10 miles away from the University of Memphis. Right now, police are investigating at least 8 separate crime scenes in this case, which include 7 shootings and 1 carjacking. The city shutting down bus services, suspending a minor league baseball game during that manhunt. Memphis recently shaken by high-profile crimes, as we remember, including the murder of 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, the Memphis teacher abducted during her morning jog on Friday. Police say her killer just made a court appearance yesterday. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Now to a city in crisis. Morgenthaler Vocational Technical High School students are returning to the classroom this morning, days after a 17-year-old student was shot and killed on school grounds. And this morning, we know that police are investigating another shooting involving a teen. This time, it happened outside Carver Vocational Technical High School in West Baltimore. Olivia Dance joining us now live with more on what happened in that instance. Olivia.
I will see if we can get back to Olivia there in just a little bit, but we want to know what you think. Will meditation help curb crime in schools? That's what Olivia was referring to. So far, 92% of those who have voted on our website have voted no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
One of the most exciting events along the Inner Harbor is back and better than ever. Just ahead, the chances you'll have to get inside a massive naval ship.
We are looking at a drier day ahead of us today, followed by bright sunshine tomorrow, but our next round of rain right around the corner. I'll explain exactly when it gets here and what it means for your weekend in a couple of minutes. It's 5:05. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .508 on this Thursday morning, this Friday Eve, as we look ahead at what to expect for the weekend. Looks like most of it is going to be absolutely beautiful. We've got sunny skies for your Friday tomorrow with highs in the near normal low 80s. Similar setup for Saturday. It stays rain-free with a nice healthy mix of sun and clouds and highs in the low 80s. By Sunday, that's when we are tracking the start of our next weather maker. We'll see some extra clouds courtesy of that, and that's also going to send us our next opportunity for some rain. So we'll start to see some scattered showers because of that later Sunday. That's going to keep us a little cooler by the end of the weekend with highs in the upper 70s. Now, I think our better chance for rain because of that system actually holds off until Monday into Tuesday. So coming up in just about 10 minutes, I'll walk you through our future scan hour by hour and let you know all the details for that next rain chance. Patrice?
Thank you, Amy. Now to a city in crisis. Murbo students are returning to the classroom this morning, days after a 17-year-old student was shot and killed on school grounds. And this morning, we know that police are investigating another shooting involving a teen. This time, it happened outside Carver Vocational Technical High School in West Baltimore. Olivia Dance now back with us to share more about what happened. Olivia?
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. The student was grazed in the head by a bullet just after school, and thankfully he has non-life-threatening injuries, but this shooting is still under investigation. It all happened on Wednesday when students at Carver Vocational High School had just been dismissed from school. The group heard The group heard a gunfire, and that's when a student felt that he had been hit. Now, residents in the area are concerned.
Firearms everywhere, everybody can get their hands on them.
It's madness, man. I mean, people from all over the city come to this area, so it could have been anybody.
This shooting is the second time in less than a week that a teen has been shot outside a Baltimore City school after classes were dismissed. On Friday, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed in the parking lot at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School. Police say it began with an argument, and a 17-year-old from another school was arrested. Residents want the violence to end.
I think it's an outrage. They just don't care, man. They really don't.
Now, of course, anyone with information on yesterday's shooting is urged to call police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Happening today, the Office of Employment Development is holding a hearing on tackling unemployment in Baltimore. NACA's Achieve the Dream event will run through the next 5 days. The housing event has received significant pushback from Councilwoman Odette Ramos. And Fleet Week begins at select Baltimore locations. Visitors have a chance to explore Navy vessels as well as meet with the sailors and researchers. Well, speaking of Fleet Week, all types of ships are now docked throughout the Inner Harbor as this week's main showcase.
They'll be available to tour between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. It is an educational experience, not only for those who choose to visit, but also for the sailors just starting their careers.
I'm a gunner's mate, so I'm in charge of the armory, any ordnance evolutions, any gun shoots, from anything from the 25 millimeter down, that's me.
An electronics shop, LPO. I run the electronics shop, so all the exterior communications, interior communications, the radar, and the navigation equipment, where we take charge of that.
Seeing what it's going to be like for the rest of my naval career.
Well, this morning, Olivia Dance will be doing live interviews with the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team in front of the USS Minnesota down at the Inner Harbor. A public official in Las Vegas now under arrest for a possible connection to the death of a reporter. Just ahead, what the suspect is saying this morning about what that reporter said about him.
Leaving a legacy in the White House. Just ahead, what one presidential family is saying to another.
5:14 and making headlines. Police have arrested a suspect in the stabbing death of an investigative reporter. The suspect is a Nevada politician who was the subject of a recent investigation by reporter Jeff Gearman. Now, the suspect, Public Administrator Robert Tellis, called that reporting a smear campaign, saying Gearman was a bully. Police conducted a stakeout at the suspect's house yesterday afternoon, including an appearance from the SWAT team. Neighbors say they were horrified to hear of the killing.
Crazy. It's just crazy. This is a really nice community, so to have this is unbelievable.
Robert Tellis' office is closed today, and Las Vegas police say they have no further comment at this time.
Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon has been indicted in New York for his fundraising efforts to build a border wall. The charges are based on the same charges he faced in 2020 when he was pardoned by then President Trump. Those pardons don't apply to state and local investigations. Bannon is expected to turn himself in today. Former President and First Lady returned to the White House for the unveiling of their official portraits. The Obamas share a special friendship with the current occupants of the White House, the Bidens. And Joe and Jill heap praise on them.
There are few people I've ever known with more integrity, decency, and moral courage than Barack Obama.
When I look at these portraits, I see family. Your family, the family we all built, and the families across America that we served together.
Well, the feeling was mutual, with the Obamas including the Bidens in their remarks.
5:16 now. The energy crisis is growing dire in California as many cities see temperatures above 110 degrees. Residents have been asked to limit their AC use as heat waves threaten to overrun the power grid. 10 cities in the Golden State hit all-time high temperatures on Tuesday. Let's check in with our meteorologist, Amy Aronson. We don't quite have that heat here. In fact, we've been cooling for August. Well, not in August anymore.
September.
Now moving into September. Amy?
I know, right on cue. We turn to a new month, and we've had some cooler temperatures to go along with it. I actually want to head east of here and show you what's happening in the tropics, because we have Hurricane Earl that has now strengthened to a Category 2 storm. If you follow the latest track, though, from the National Hurricane Center, you'll notice it curves to the east here. Although it does become a major hurricane, that means it continues to strengthen. It stays well offshore for us. I think the main impact will be felt at the beaches. If you plan to head to the beach over the next couple of days, maybe squeeze in some final summer days there, you're going to face some rough surf and some rip currents because of this system, even though it is remaining well offshore. And that's not the only area of concern. Not only do we have Earl, we also have Danielle way up here that is still pushing through the Atlantic. But then we've got this area of concern, a high chance for development there, followed by a lower chance for development, followed in that yellow color. And the next name on the list, if we do end up with another named storm, would be Fiona. So we are just a couple days away now from the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. And right on cue, we are checking off more names on the list. Now, dark and early this morning, closer to home, closer to the inner harbor, not much happening. We're starting off a little cloudy, upper 60s to begin, so it is comfortable out there right now. And as we head through the rest of the day, it's pretty much going to stay that way. We've got this area of low pressure sent us the clouds, the showers yesterday. That is slowly scooting away from us. Behind it, we will see a few extra clouds rotating through today, along with a couple of sprinkles. But I think overall, a much drier day ahead of us. And Future Scan shows that. Does show some clouds sticking around with a brief shower or two, but really that's it for today. Tomorrow, that's when we welcome back full sun. We completely clear out our skies, brighten things up as we wrap up the week and head into the weekend. And the weekend starts off nice and dry, too, with high pressure briefly in control. But look at what's coming from the south and from the west here. We see some clouds fading in late Saturday into Sunday morning, and then here comes our next chance of rain. We're going to see these showers push in and take over as we head through the second half of the day on Sunday. So if you're planning out, when should I head to the state fair? Next 3 days look great. I give it the green light. We've got sunshine on tap starting this afternoon, especially Friday and Saturday, with highs in the very pleasant low 80s each day. Sunday, I'd say earlier over later, just because I'm throwing in that chance for some late day showers. That's going to keep our numbers down because of the clouds and the showers, with highs in the upper 70s then. And scattered showers will linger early next week. Next week, very unsettled pattern takes over with highs in the low 80s each day. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking at your drive times at 5:19. Everyone's in the green. We want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. Good Thursday morning, Kurt.
Thanks, Tom. And we've got on the MARC trains delays on Penn Train 505 with a 5-minute delay. And 841 on the Camden line also with a 5-minute delay. Light rail looking good from end to end, Hunt Valley to Cromwell Station, Glen Burnie, and BWI, and Metro Subway Link on schedule. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt.
A 5-day event for potential home buyers starts today right here at the Baltimore Convention Center. Coming up, why Councilwoman Odette Ramos is warning people not to go.
We're just days away from the trial against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Just ahead, what the judge said can't be used during this trial. 5:20 is your time.
.23 and making headlines this morning, the White House and Republicans continue to debate the seriousness of what's happening at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Now, this comes as the mayor of New York City sends a delegation to Texas to ask questions about Governor Abbott's migrant busing operation.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins reports.
As the 2022 midterm election heats up, so are discussions of hot-button issues, including immigration and the southern border. The latest numbers show a record 1.82 million migrants have been arrested this fiscal year so far, which Republicans blame on the Biden administration.
My only hope is that the midterm elections coming up in 2 months, that the voters will send a very loud and clear message that this is unacceptable.
Some migrants who crossed the border illegally have been bussed out of Texas by Republican Governor Greg Abbott to New York City, Washington, and Chicago. Cities that have declared themselves sanctuary cities.
This is not a governor who wants to collaborate and cooperate with us. There's a way to do it. It's real simple. Pick up the phone, send me an email.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams recently sent a delegation from his office to Texas to meet with Border Patrol officers. In a statement, the mayor's press secretary said Governor Abbott's office has turned the issue into a political sideshow, stating the city will continue to welcome asylum seekers with open arms.
Governor Abbott is doing the right thing, trying to get the attention of people who might be able to get President Biden's attention so we can actually fix the problem.
The Biden administration, meanwhile, has been accused of downplaying the situation. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said in a briefing last week that, quote, it's not just that people are walking across the border.
Come to this border, spend 60 minutes, 1 hour, with me and the Border Patrol Union. And if we don't encounter anyone, I'll stand up and say I was wrong. But when we encounter hundreds of people crossing, do you have the courage and integrity to stand in front of the press corps you're lying to and say, I lied to you?
The political fight over border security heating up at a time when, according to an August NPR poll, a majority of Americans call what's happening there, quote, an invasion. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Vice President Kamala Harris will lead a delegation to the funeral of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe later this month. Now, the White House says her visit will honor the Abe legacy and underscore the importance of his leadership in building a strong alliance between the U.S. and Japan. Abe was killed by a gunman during a campaign speech in July. Harris will also make a stop in South Korea. The trip is Harris's first official visit to both countries since taking office.
526, and now to a health alert. The White House Monkeypox response team says it is seeing strong progress when it comes to getting people vaccinated. The deputy coordinator says in addition to vaccination efforts, the administration has scaled up access to testing and treatments. He says the White House is working to ensure LGBTQ+ individuals know how to reduce their risk. He's also addressing concerns among the community over the stigma of monkeypox.
Of governmental public health and government to really model excellent behavior on that. And I think we're really proud of the work that we've done to create non-stigmatizing language to inform people what they need to do to stay healthy.
The monkeypox response team also noting the work it's done to reach out to communities of color. They pointed to equity interventions, including administering vaccines at large events and making them available at community health centers.
526, and we're moving on from showers into drier conditions. Meteorologist Amy Aronson gives us a timeline of your weekend forecast. That's ahead.
Yesterday, Marilyn Mosby was in court for pre-trial motions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll break down what happened and what it means for the trial. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a great start to your morning, too. A little bit cooler when you step outside, less humidity.
Let's see if it's going to stay that way throughout the day. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here.
Yeah, I think we are trending brighter and drier over the next couple of days. We've got the rain behind us now, and things are looking up for the rest of the week, with one exception. We still have a lingering coastal flood advisory for Anne Arundel County, the shoreline there through 7 a.m. this morning. That's just because of all the recent rain and high tide. I would expect some flooding along Dock Street there early this morning. But once that expires at 7 a.m., we are all in the clear. We're all off to a very comfortable start this morning. And for your morning drive, I'm giving it the green light. Now, we still have over an hour until sunrise. That's at 6:42 this morning. After that, I think we are going to start off a little cloudy, but don't worry. By the end of the morning, I think we should see at least some breaks in those clouds, with temperatures warming their way back through the upper 60s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly what to expect for the rest of the day and when we are tracking that next chance for some showers and storms. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. From green light in the weather to green light on the roads. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Networks. You see the drive times right there. No issues to report around the Baltimore region.
Developing this morning, Mayor Brandon Scott is announcing that the city has lifted its boil water advisory for some parts of the city and all of Baltimore County after a possible E. coli contamination.
Now, the advisory is lifted for the area south and southwest of Route 40, including the original precautionary area in Baltimore County.
DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil water advisory and remaining area.
Now, the Department of Public Works Director, Jason Mitchell, urged residents who are no longer under that advisory to at least flush their water for 15 minutes before using it again.
Well, this morning, 42,000 gallons of water will be donated to people affected by the E. coli outbreak. Royal Farms and the Salvation Army will distribute water to seniors and families at the Sandtown Winchester Senior Center on Baker Street. That starts today at 12:30. It is expected to end at 3:30.
Well, happening this morning, offering a dream home, but the debate endures. Is it a dream or a scam?
This morning, NACA's Achieve the Dream is starting today, and it runs through Monday. But earlier this year, tension boiled over between a Baltimore City Council member and the group that is putting on this housing event in the city.
I have been working in this field for 30 years.
Mr. Marks.
I am the
Mr. Marks. Oh, Councilwoman.
I just did.
Mr. Marks.
Well, now Councilwoman Odette Ramos, who you just heard, is warning Baltimoreans not to go to this week's housing event.
Shannon Lilly is live outside the convention center with more on that heated debate. Shannon.
And Patrice, just as you all mentioned, this is a so-called dream event happening right here at the Baltimore Convention Center for people looking to become homeowners. And that's according to the Dollar Homes Group putting it on, though. We know Councilwoman Odette Ramos is saying just the opposite, that this group has questionable practices, and she is warning potential home buyers to beware.
Since the disaster of a hearing in April, we've learned a lot more about this organization. A lot of people reached out to me saying that, you know, they've been waiting for a long time. All the appointments always get canceled to try to, you know, get their house, and, you know, sometimes getting, you know, not so great deals.
So let's get you up to speed on what's led up to this point. The Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, or NACA, which is HUD approved, promotes what it calls the best deal out there for low to moderate income families seeking home ownership. Now, you heard about that hearing that Ramos referenced. Well, what she's talking about is the city council meeting that NACA Chief Executive Bruce Marks testified at in April. You'll remember the situation got so tense that Baltimore police were called, and Council President Nick Mosby had to apologize. But Mark says that Ramos's warning about NACA isn't about policy, but more of a personal vendetta.
So she hasn't done her homework. She's making accusations which are unfounded. She's doing that because we criticized her.
Well, doors here open at the convention center right at 8 a.m. This is a 5-day event that will include counseling for people who are looking to buy homes. Reporting live from the Baltimore Convention Center, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Ms. Mosby, did you launch the business after you lost the primary or while you were in office still?
So when you asked, was that a lie or was that the truth? Or? No comment.
Have you had any conversations with Zai, your spokesperson, who made those comments?
Well, Fox 45 News demanding answers this morning as we're just under 2 weeks until the start of the city's state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial.
Olivia Dance joins us live right now to explain what a federal judge says can and cannot be talked about during that trial. Olivia?
Well, during the trial, federal prosecutors will not be able to talk about previous investigations into Marilyn Mosby, which was a victory for her. And that trial is set to start September 19th. But that was really the only victory for Mosby during her visit to court yesterday. Jeremy Eldridge, a defense attorney not involved in this trial, says the judge's motion isn't surprising.
Actually pairs perfectly and logically with her decision to not allow evidence of political and racial animus.
Mosby's accused of committing perjury and mortgage fraud. Mosby's defense team unsuccessfully sought to block government experts from testifying. They were also unsuccessful in preventing jurors from being told she used money from her retirement fund to buy homes. The two perjury charges stem from Mosby telling Retirement Holdings Bank she suffered a COVID-related hardship.
Her income simply declined, which we now know it didn't, and she purchased 2 vacation homes to make a profit. The jury will have to decide whether she suffered any financial hardship, and that may be a difficult sell.
Yesterday, prosecutors had 2 pretrial motions. The first was to exclude the jury from hearing the defense allegations say the prosecution was motivated by personal and racial animus. That motion was granted. The second sought to exclude expert witnesses, which was only granted in part. And another motion still on the table is whether to ban prosecutors from saying, quote, financial hardship. And that motion will be decided next week. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Mosby's final pretrial hearing is scheduled for next Wednesday, and then the jury trial begins September 19th. Fox 45 News will have complete coverage of the Mosby trial. You can follow along both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
In a city in crisis this morning, another settlement will be handed out surrounding the failed gun trace task force in Baltimore. The $575,000 settlement stems from a 2015 traffic stop in which 3 Baltimore police officers recovered a gun from under a passenger seat. Plaintiffs claim the police had no probable cause to search the car. Nearly $15.5 million in settlements have now been paid out to victims. 4 active cases have yet to be settled.
New video just released of a man who police say is a suspect in a deadly shooting August 12th. Tony Matthews was found shot several times along Parkside Drive. Now there's an $8,000 reward for tips helping solve this case. We have the video and pictures on foxbaltimore.com so you can share them. California wildfire exploding in size overnight.
That's right. Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand this morning as evacuation orders expand. Megan.
Yeah, it's been a crazy couple of hours, guys. What we're watching right now is the Fairview fire that you see right here. As we zoom in a little bit closer here, this is southeast of Los Angeles in Riverside County here. Getting an update now on the size of this. New estimates showing it has now quadrupled in size from what it was this time yesterday. Evacuation areas expanding overnight. This fire, guys, only 5% contained here this morning. There is relief coming to parts of Southern California, but this could pose new problems. We're talking about Hurricane K, forecasted to ride out Mexico's Baja California peninsula before weakening and then veering away from the U.S. But it's expected to be close enough to bring some much-needed rain this weekend, maybe even a little too much rain, posing a flood and mudslide threat. Until then, near-record heat for the state yet again here today. Also tomorrow, expected to tax the energy grid, seeing PG&E thanking customers who are stepping up to conserve energy right now. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Thank you, Megan. This week is your last chance to attend the Maryland State Fair. Just ahead, what you can look forward to when you head out there.
We are so close to the weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is letting us know what our weekend forecast is looking like. That's just ahead. 5:39 is the time. Baltimore is getting its first predominantly black sailing team. African Diaspora Maritime is looking to assemble a group of sailors here in Baltimore to compete in the America's Cup, one of the oldest and most prestigious sailing competitions in the world. State leaders supporting the effort say the training programs for young sailors will also help teach them valuable life skills.
And these skills are going to be needed to expand the knowledge of these young people in their futures, even if they choose not to continue with competitive sailing. But as we all talk about STEM and how it can, change lives.
The leaders of the group say they're committed to training their team and building a high-tech boat to make the Maryland sailing team one of the best in the world.
Well, it's 5:46 right now. We want to get a check with your weather here today. Speaking of sailing and being all the boats that are down at the Inner Harbor for Fleet Week.
Might be a good time to do it. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here.
Yeah, fortunately close to home, we're in good shape, but not the case everywhere. I actually want to start off on the West Coast right now, where they are still dealing with the brutal heat. Actually, dozens of wildfires ongoing in California still. See all the hot pink? That's their excessive heat warning that continues there. But I also want to point out this feature. That's Hurricane K. That's actually going to track their direction and send them some much-needed rain, and actually the potential for too much rain in the days ahead. Now, off our coast, we find Hurricane Earl. That is now Hurricane 2 in strength, expected to become our first major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season. You'll notice it's a beast of a storm, but fortunately for us, it is staying offshore. That means the main impacts will just be some rough surf and some rip currents in the days ahead. Now, if we zoom in on what's happening closer to home, especially at the Inner Harbor for Fleet Week, we are in good shape. We're already saying goodbye to the clouds. Our skies are starting to clear, and that's going to be the trend as we get into the weekend. You can't see much of anything right now looking down at Towson. If you look closely, you can still see some clouds lingering in the distance here. We are patiently awaiting that sunrise, which happens in just about an hour now. While we await that, we're starting off in the upper 60s and low 70s right now in all spots on the board. Now, I think the clouds stick around for the first half of the day. By the second half of the morning, we should start to see some breaks in the clouds, and then we are in and out of them as we head through the afternoon. That keeps our temperatures down a little bit, upper 70s to near 80 today, with that potential for a stray shower passing by. Come tomorrow, we welcome back blue skies and sunshine. Pretty comfy to start. I even see some mid-50s on the map in spots like Westminster tomorrow morning as you head out to the bus stop. As we roll through the afternoon, these numbers will warm, and we do end up where we should be for this time of year, in the low 80s. Today, we get awfully close to the low 80s. Clouds to begin, some sun to end. Overall, a much drier day. Drier night, too, for any dining out plans or grilling in your backyard. We'll start off in the warm upper 70s. We cool down into the low 70s shortly after sunset. But we are kicking off a pretty consistent temperature trend here. Over the next 5 days, our numbers will stay around where they should be. We should be in the low 80s, and with the exception of Sunday, that's exactly where we are all the way through next Monday. And the reason why Sunday's a little cooler is because that's when our next weather maker moves in. Because of that, I think Saturday's the better of the two weekend days, certainly the brighter of the two. Come Sunday, we cloud up our skies, and that's when we throw in that chance for some late day showers. The showers will actually linger as we get into early next week, Monday and Tuesday. Plan on an unsettled start to the work week. Plan on breaking out the rain gear for school. Low 80s Monday, Tuesday, and actually all the way through next Wednesday. Tom, Patrice.
All right, taking a look now at your Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look around the cameras around the Baltimore region. Everybody up and out, much different picture than we saw yesterday, where we saw plenty of accidents with that rain. Today, everybody's smooth sailing. For a check now of mass transit, here's Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. Hi, Kurt.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. And we've got on the MARC trains a few delays. 505 on the Penn line has a 15-minute delay. Camden train 841 operating with a 5-minute delay. Light Rail Link is operating 15 minutes late. And on the Metro Link, we're on schedule. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you.
Well, the Orioles are putting smiles on the faces in Baltimore in more ways than just winning games. O's second baseman, Darren Vavra, stopped by the University of Maryland Children's Hospital to hang out with some of the kids. There you go. So he played some Mario Kart with 14-year-old Evan Cooper, who also plays second base. The games were donated to the hospital through Major League Baseball. And, still no word on who actually won at Mario Kart. Teachers going on strike cancels the first day of school for many students in Seattle just ahead. What the teachers are demanding from the district.
Record high inflation not stopping people from donating to their favorite college or university. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. What's being done with the money and what people say should be done with the cash.
.53 developing now. Police in Canada say the second suspect in Monday's stabbing rampage is dead.
Yeah, now officers say they received a tip of a stolen vehicle with an armed driver. An official familiar with what happened says that they caught up to the truck and then were able to push it off the road. They say Miles Sanderson surrendered to police, but later died of self-inflicted injuries.
Miles Sanderson has been on the run since Monday. Sanderson and his brother are accused of stabbing 10 people to death and wounding another 18.
Well, the suspect had 59 prior convictions and a history of violence. Now the community wants to know why the 32-year-old Miles was allowed out of jail in the first place.
His brother Damien is believed to be involved in the stabbings too, but was found stabbed to death on Monday. Police say they're investigating whether or not Sanderson killed his brother and what was the motive for this mass stabbing. Members of the small First Nation Reserve are speaking out.
We have one of our aunties that's been affected by this traumatically, as she's related to 70 of these victims. That was her home community. So you can see the devastation of what this is to our family.
Now, Miles was released on parole in February while serving a 4-year sentence for assault and robbery. He has been wanted by police since May for violating the terms of his release. 5:55 making your headlines this morning. Seattle Public Schools cancel their first day of classes due to their teachers who are going on strike.
They're striking over issues like pay, mental health support, and staffing ratios for special education and multilingual students. The Seattle Education Association is giving overwhelming support for the strike, with 95% of its members voting in favor. The superintendent of Seattle Public Schools, the state's largest school district, saying the district and the SEA are working hard to reach an agreement.
Well, this comes as districts across the country deal with teacher shortages, as many have also seen strikes.
Well, with most schools being back in session now, a report says the kids are set back in learning from the pandemic.
Wall Street Journal report shows that children were significantly hurt in learning during virus shutdowns. National data shows that kids are learning to read now have the lowest reading proficiency in 20 years.
Average reading scores for 9-year-olds fell 5 points over 2 years, and average math scores fell 7 points, the first slide in math since scoring trends in the 1970s. Learning was worse where remote learning lasted the longest.
Now, when it comes to college education, tuition is rising, student loan debt going up.
While at the same time, some colleges are breaking records in donations. The National Desk's Angela Brown joins us now with a look at the issue.
Dear Clemson, I've been thinking of you.
Football powerhouse Clemson University shattering records in fundraising, boasting in this press release a record-breaking $210 million in fundraising during fiscal year 2022. A portion of that money used to create 139 new student scholarships. Clemson University president telling Fox News they try to keep tuition low.
The goal is to make sure that our students graduate with as little or no debt as possible, and Trey, half of our students graduate debt-free.
Other well-known universities also reporting record fundraising, including Penn State, with record commitments of more than $437 million, and HBCU Florida A&M, raising a record $23 million, a 70% increase. Some members of the academic community question if this money should be used to pay off student loans.
They're taking money from the government with one hand in the form of these huge student loans for tuition, and then they're taking in these donations with the other hand. Let them use some of those donations to pay off these student loans if it's so important.
The Council for Advancement and Support of Education says the total giving to U.S. colleges and universities was over $52 billion in fiscal year 2021, up nearly 7% from the prior year. Case says many of these donations are tied to restricted endowments, which pay for scholarships.
Case says the overall increase in fundraising dollars was driven by alumni. Their contributions went up by roughly 10% for fiscal year 2021, but the final numbers for fiscal year 2022 are not in yet. Reporting in Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
A whistleblower inside DPW raising questions about the city's water contamination. Coming up, we'll hear from him and his concerns.
Yesterday, another student was shot outside a Baltimore City school. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the details, plus hear from concerned residents.
And starting off a little cloudy still this morning, but I promise we're going to welcome back some sunshine soon. I'll let you know exactly when that happens in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome on this Thursday, September 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and no more rain. Woo! I mean, we need the rain. We got the rain. Now let's move on.
Right, we're looking at a nice weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with that forecast.
Yeah, it may be September, but it's still going to feel a little summery out there as we get into the weekend. We're starting off comfortable this morning. Clouds are still sticking around, but at least we're done with the wet stuff. The rain, that's now behind us. We're starting off in the mid and upper 60s this morning, comfortable as you step out the door for the first time, heading to work or to school. For the bus stop, you don't need much of anything. Maybe a light jacket, a sweater this morning, but otherwise clouds will eventually give way to some sun, and our temperatures will warm up. We're in the mid and upper 70s by lunchtime and low 80s by pickup time this afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we'll talk all about that weekend forecast, and I'll let you know what day is better for outdoor plans. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at the map. Look at that. Amy was talking about the green with the rain. That's not the great news there. Great news here, green on the roads. Everyone's wide open. We have continuing coverage for you this morning. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the city has lifted its water boil advisory for certain parts of the city and all of Baltimore County following the possible E. coli contamination.
Thousands of people in West Baltimore, though, should still boil their tap water.
The reason there is a partial lifting and not a full lifting is that DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil advisory and remaining area.
Now, Fox 45 News is hearing from a whistleblower inside DPW who is telling us we might not be able to trust those results.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with that exclusive interview. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Patrice says some people are now being told that their water is safe to drink. This employee is not so sure. In fact, he's raising real questions about whether the city's water tests are true tests.
To date, we have received 25 results back. All results were negative except for one location.
Now, in that news conference, the director of public works announced that the department is now taking hourly samples of water in the affected areas. But this employee we spoke with doesn't know how accurate those results will be. He says often the tests are just not random enough.
Those locations should be random. The fact that you go back and test the same location again and again is not a truly random sample. I think I compare it to doing a poll. If you're always polling the same people, you tend to get the same answers.
Yeah, and he's also questioning why investigators independent of the city haven't been called in to also test the water and release their own independent findings. We know right now the city is the one testing the water in its own laboratory. Tom, Patrice?
Now, Shannon, what is the city's response to the whistleblower's claims?
Well, the city, Tom, isn't directly responding to this employee's concerns, but they have maintained that throughout this entire investigation that they have been in complete compliance with state guidelines. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, looking at the water boil zone still in effect, the updated interactive map is on the right side of your screen. We have it right on our website, foxbaltimore.com, along with a link to search your address.
Now, the mayor also announcing Baltimore City residents will receive 25% off their next water bill to make up for this inconvenience. It's not clear whether Baltimore County residents will also see a discount.
DPW is telling everyone in the affected areas to flush their water system, and that includes running all faucets on cold for at least 15 minutes. You start at the bottom of your home and then work your way up. There will be more instructions on how to do that on DPW's website.
And bottled water distribution will still be offered until further notice. 6:03 and now to a city in crisis. Mervo students are returning to the classroom this morning, days after a 17-year-old student was shot and killed on school grounds. And this morning, we know that police are investigating another shooting involving a teen. This time, it happened outside Carver Vocational Technical High School in West Baltimore. Olivia Dance joining us now with more on what happened in that incident. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the student was grazed in the head by a bullet right after school, and thankfully he has non-life-threatening injuries, but this shooting is still under investigation. It all happened on Wednesday when students at Carver Vocational High School had just been dismissed, and then that's when they heard gunfire and the student felt that he had been hit by something. Now residents in the area are concerned.
Firearms everywhere, everybody can get their hands on them.
It's madness, man. I mean, people from all over the city come to this area. So it could have been anybody.
This shooting is the second time in less than a week that a teen has been shot outside a Baltimore City school after classes were dismissed. On Friday, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed in the parking lot at Migrant Vocational Technical High School. Police say it began with an argument, and a 17-year-old from another school was arrested. Now residents want the violence to end.
I think it's an outrage. They just don't care, man. They really don't.
Now, of course, anyone with information on yesterday's shooting is urged to call Baltimore police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And as she was just reporting, it started with an argument between teens. So we want to know what you think about this. Will mediation help curb the crime in schools? So far, 94% of those who have voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
6:05, a deadly shooting rampage lasting for hours, forcing Memphis residents to shelter in place, is now over.
Yeah, and Megan Gillen live from our live center right now with a person in custody. Megan?
Yeah, Tom, this is 19-year-old Ezekiel Kelly that you see right now. He is now in police custody after they say he killed at least 4 people, injured 3 others, while reportedly live streaming his ruthless attack on Facebook. He was arrested overnight after crashing a stolen car about 10 miles away from the University of Memphis. Right now, police are investigating at least 8 separate crime scenes in this case, which includes 7 shootings and 1 carjacking. The city shutting down bus services and suspending a minor league baseball game during this manhunt. We know Memphis recently was shaken by some high-profile crimes, including the murder of 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, a Memphis teacher just abducted during her morning jog on Friday. The suspect making a court appearance yesterday. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
Fox 45 News takes to the sky. Still ahead, Megan Gillen takes us on a trip from a helicopter to a ship to the Inner Harbor.
And we are looking at a drier day ahead of us, brightening things up come tomorrow before our next chance for rain over the weekend. I've got an updated look at exactly when that next chance for showers gets here and what it means for your weekend plans in a couple of minutes. It's 6:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .610 on this Thursday. As we look ahead to the weekend, it is going to be a beauty. We are tracking sunshine for your Friday with highs in the low 80s. Same on Saturday. Saturday, definitely the pick of the 2 weekend days because come Sunday, I'm tracking increasing clouds plus a chance for some showers by the afternoon. Because of both, we are going to cool it down a little bit. We'll spend the second half of the weekend in the upper 70s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we'll talk more about that next weather maker and what it means for the following week. Tom, Patrice?
6:10 and trending now. United Airlines says it may remove all flights at John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York next month if it can't get increased flights there.
Now, United's chief executives have asked the FAA to grant more flights. The FAA says it has to study how changes would impact nearby airports and United's competitors before granting any additional flights. United says it needs the flights to keep up with its competitors.
An airline in Singapore is launching a new Pikachu-themed commercial jet.
Yeah, take a look at this. This is from Scoot Airlines. It unveiled its new Pikachu Jet TR. Now, the plane, covered with Pokemon characters both inside and out, the iconic plane has about 370 seats, and when boarding, passengers will receive Pokemon-themed merch.
The kids will like this. The unique aircraft is expected to fly for the first time on September 9th to Tokyo, Japan. It will also make trips to Seoul, South Korea. Worth saving the merch.
Yes, yeah, it would be.
And Pokemon down the line.
Starts tomorrow. Yeah, that's really cool. All right. Tossing out the needles still ahead. The new treatment for diabetes that patients could make daily, make their daily life a lot easier.
And a week of celebration here in Maryland. The unique experience you'll get to have during this year's Fleet Week that we haven't had in a long time. 6:11 is the time.
It is 6:14 happening now. Maryland Fleet Week is underway. The week-long celebration kicked off with a ceremony in the Inner Harbor. It started with a pre-show featuring the Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon, Navy Ceremonial Band, and so much more. First time in 3 years, you now have the chance to meet our servicemen and women from the Marines to the Coast Guard and the Navy. Photojournalist Kenny Christopher and I got a bird's eye view of what you can expect this year. Check it out.
Flying 300 to 400 feet above.
Eagle over deck.
A Seahawk MH-60 Sierra approaches landing.
I'm just grateful to be out here.
Seaman Braden Abbott joined the Navy 2 years ago. It is his first time on a military helicopter.
Seeing what it's going to be like for the rest of my naval career.
The target, a Navy warship flight deck on the USS Carter Hall.
We are a amphibious ship about 610 feet long.
And currently moving down the Chesapeake Bay.
This is historic waters. These Maryland waters have bore witness to different battles that we fought early in our history.
On deck, roughly 400 sailors and Marines.
I'm a gunner's mate, so I'm in charge of the armory, any ordnance evolutions, any gun shoots, from anything from the 25mm down, that's me.
An electronics shop, LPO. I run the electronics shop, so all the exterior communications, interior communications, the radar, and the navigation equipment, we take charge of that. Yes, our job is to move Marines from ships to shore to take over beaches.
But today,
all right, this is the tricky part. Watch this going down.
There's a different mission. Moving at 11 to 12 knots, the USS Carter Hall is sailing into Baltimore for Fleet Week, giving locals a chance to meet these brave men and women.
Again, the fighting spirit that lived in those sailors of yesterday live in the sailors and Marines that are embarked on this ship today.
To understand their commitment,
they eagerly stood forward and said, I will defend the greater promise of America.
And to simply get a chance to say hello.
This is everything for me, because I've never been able to really show all of my family and friends what I do.
For retail specialist Senior Chief Petty Officer Jamie Francis and Senior Chief Culinary Specialist Stacy Washington, putting feet on the ground here is a homecoming.
Honestly, it's just like a dream come true. To be from Baltimore and to come back here, it's definitely a one-in-a-lifetime experience.
Thanks for everyone for coming out today.
Well, the Fleet Week fun is not over on Fox 45 Morning News. We're going to be celebrating today as well. We're going to be at Fort McHenry for Founders Day. And then later this morning, we'll have live interviews with the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team in front of the USS Minnesota that is right now docked in the Inner Harbor.
That sounds like a big job to be the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team. But are you leaving us, Megan, to now go join the military after that?
I can't imagine doing that every day, day in and day out, let alone the experience, just the nerves of doing and handling such heavy equipment, but just the quarters and being on that, that giant Navy ship, as you saw, was a huge warship, but the quarters where they sleep and eat are just so small. And the fact that they deal with strenuous conditions like that every day, it's crazy.
And so you said they kept you on a time schedule, like a very regimented time schedule yesterday.
It was like a 12-hour day, and every minute was accounted for, you know, moving through.
And they do that all the time, which is incredible.
Deep sigh now. But people can get out there today, and it will be fun to just casually walk around and look and see and have that experience. And meteorologist Amy Arrington, you said you've done that before too, so.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to be out there this weekend doing weather live. I believe I'm in Fells Point Saturday morning, checking out the activities there, and then I'm actually heading to Martin State Airport. I'm not sure what I'm doing there. I don't think I'm flying at all, but I'm doing weather live there Sunday morning. So the festivities continue all weekend long.
Hey, they have a beer garden out there this weekend too. Both. I think they starts at 10 at Martin State. Both
10 a.m. Maybe that's where I'll be.
Getting an early start.
Nice and early. Well, we do have the Inner Harbor here because that's where most of the festivities are taking place. And we can see a little sliver of sun now making its first appearance early this morning. That is the sunrise, trying to battle all the clouds that are still draped overhead. Upper 60s to start right now. We are still dealing with that northerly wind, that drier northerly wind. That's going to keep our temperatures in check again today as that pesky area of low pressure finally clears us and moves away, taking the clouds and the rain along with it. As that happens for us, our skies are going to clear out gradually. It's going to be a gradual trend here. We're starting off cloudy this morning, but eventually we should see some breaks in the clouds as we head through the second half of the day. And Future Scan shows us cloudy, overcast to start, but eventually we see a little bit of clearing this afternoon and this evening. As we get into the day tomorrow, that's when we welcome back full sun. It's actually tough to find a cloud out there tomorrow. We're looking nice and bright as we head into the weekend. Saturday stays dry and mostly sunny. Saturday definitely the pick of the weekend because look at what's moving in by Sunday. The clouds roll in and some showers will follow. Here's our next weather maker to our south and west. That's what's going to take over by the end of the weekend. That means if you want to check out the Maryland State Fair, you've also got one more weekend to do that. Looks great for the next 3 days. That means today, tomorrow, and Saturday, you're in good shape with tons of sunshine and highs in the low 80s each day. Come Sunday, that's when I throw in that chance for some showers by the afternoon and the evening. Clouds also keeping our temperatures down, not quite as warm, with highs in the upper 70s on Sunday. Meanwhile, in the tropics, say hello to Hurricane Earl. Now Category 2 in strength, it is expected to become a major hurricane as it continues on its track through the Atlantic. Fortunately, it's staying well offshore for us. That means the only impact will be felt at the beaches in terms of some rough surf and some rip currents there. That's not the only activity in the tropics. We have Danielle that's now weakened to a tropical storm as that moves away from us also. But we've got two other areas of concern. The area in yellow, low chance for development there, a higher chance for the area highlighted in red. And we are nearing the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. That's coming up in just a couple of days. And as we near that, we are checking off more and more names on the list. The next name would be Fiona if we see development over the next 5 days. In the short term here, no tropical impacts. We've got a long stretch of the 80s that take us through much of the weekend. Next weather maker moves in late Sunday through early next week. I think best chance for rain with that comes Monday into Tuesday. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network and looking at the drive times. We're in the green here on this Thursday morning. No issues to report. Now we want to get another check with your mass transit. We have Kurt Kroenke with the MTA. Good morning, Kurt.
Good morning, Tom. And we've got on the MARC trains right now 505 on the Penn line getting into Union Station, Washington with a 15-minute delay. And Camden train 843 with a 10-minute delay. Brunswick 872 also operating 5 to 10 minutes late. Light Rail Link has a 15-minute delay, and we're looking good on the Metro Link. No delays there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Kurt Kroenke.
Thank you, Kurt.
The White House says progress is being made when it comes to vaccinating people against monkeypox, how the official response team is increasing access to improved numbers.
Yesterday, Marilyn Mosby was in court for pretrial motions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll break down what happened and what that means for the trial. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, now in your health headlines, Canadian researchers are making a breakthrough in developing an oral insulin tablet.
They're calling it a game-changing discovery for those with diabetes. Instead of daily insulin injections, researchers developed a tablet that dissolves in your cheek.
Now, the findings show the oral tablet is being absorbed the same way as injected insulin. The study's lead investigator says having a tablet or a pill would significantly help poor countries.
The White House Monkeypox response team says it is seeing strong progress when it comes to getting people vaccinated.
Deputy Coordinator Dr. Dimitri Duskalakis says in addition to vaccination efforts, the administration has scaled up access to testing and treatments.
He says the White House is working to ensure LGBTQ+ individuals know how to reduce their risk. The deputy coordinator also addressing concerns among the community over the stigma of monkeypox. Well, the rain is gone, meaning drier weather is here, at least until the start of the weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson has a look at your full weekend forecast coming up.
A 5-day event for potential home buyers starts today right here at the Baltimore Convention Center. Coming up, why Councilwoman Odette Ramos is warning you not to go. You're watching Fox 45 News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. And a different feel when you step out the door this morning.
Feels like fall, the beginnings of it. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here, and she's still looking like summer. You look great in your yellow today.
Thank you. Yeah, still bringing the bright colors. It's going to feel summery eventually. This morning, though, feels a little fallish, and that's because we're off to a comfortable start. We also have one lingering issue from the rain we've had the past couple of days. Coastal flood advisory for the shoreline in Anne Arundel County for another half hours, so be prepared for some high water there. But the rest of us are starting off drier, some lingering clouds. Morning drive gets the green light still, just because I'm not really tracking any other major weather issues. We are looking at temperatures eventually warming from the mid 60s to the upper 60s by the end of the morning, and low 80s are back in range today. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to the weekend, and I'll let you know exactly when's the best time for your outdoor plans. Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Let's look at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network now. We are hearing about 2 separate crashes at 100 westbound near 295. And we're seeing slowdowns on the map. We're not necessarily seeing those on the cameras, though. Just giving you a heads up. Developing this morning, Mayor Brandon Scott is announcing that the city has lifted its boil water advisory for some parts of the city and all of Baltimore County after a possible E. coli contamination.
The advisory is lifted for the area south and southwest of Route 40, including the original precautionary area in Baltimore County.
DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil advisory and remaining area.
Department of Public Works Director Jason Mitchell urging residents who are no longer under the advisory to flush their water for 15 minutes before using it again.
This morning, 42,000 gallons of water will be donated to people affected by the E. coli outbreak. Royal Farms and the Salvation Army will distribute water to seniors and families at the Sandtown Winchester Seniors Center on Baker Street. It starts today at 12:30 and is expected to end at 3:30.
Well, happening this morning, offering a dream home, but the debate indoors. Is it a dream or just a scam?
This morning, NACA's Achieve the Dream is starting today, and it runs through Monday. But earlier this year, tension boiled over between a Baltimore City Council member and the group that is putting on this housing event in the city.
I have been working in this field for 30 years.
Mr. Marks.
I am the
Mr. Marks. Oh, Councilwoman.
I just did.
Mr. Marks.
Now, Councilwoman Odette Ramos is warning Baltimoreans not to go to this week's housing event.
Shannon Lilly is live outside the convention center with more on that heated debate. Shannon?
Yeah, Patrice and Tom, as you mentioned, this is a so-called dream event happening right here at the Baltimore Convention Center for people looking to become homeowners. But that's according to the Dollar Homes Group putting it on. Councilwoman Odette Ramos is saying just the opposite. She's saying that this group has questionable practices, and she's warning potential homebuyers to beware. Here's why.
Since the disaster of a hearing in April, we've learned a lot more about this organization. A lot of people reached out to me saying that, you know, they've been waiting for a long time. All the appointments always get canceled to try to, you know, get their house and, you know, sometimes getting, you know, not so great deals.
So let's get you up to speed on what's led up to this point. The Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, or NACA, which is HOOD approved, promotes what it calls the best deal out there for low to moderate income families seeking homeownership. Now, you heard about the hearing that Ramos referenced. Well, what she's talking about is the city council meeting that NACA Chief Executive Bruce Marks testified at in April. Now, you'll remember that situation got so tense that Baltimore police were called in and Council President Nick Mosby had to even apologize. But Marks says that Ramos's warning about NACA isn't about policy, but more of a personal vendetta.
So she hasn't done her homework. She's making accusations which are unfounded. She's doing that because we criticized her.
Well, doors right here at the Convention Center get opened right at 8 this morning. This is a 5-day event, and it's an event where people looking to buy homes can get one-on-one counseling. Reporting live from the Baltimore Convention Center, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Ms. Mosby, did you launch the business after you lost the primary or while you were in office still?
So when you asked, no comment.
Have you had any conversations with Zai, your spokesperson, who made those comments?
Fox 45 News demanding answers this morning as we're just under 2 weeks until the start of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's trial.
Olivia Dance joins us live right now to explain what a federal judge says can and cannot be talked about during the trial. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, during the trial, federal prosecutors will not be able to talk about previous investigations into Marilyn Mosby, which was a victory for her. Now, that trial is set to start September 19th, but that was really the only victory for Mosby during her visit to court yesterday. Jeremy Eldridge, a defense attorney not involved with this trial, says the judge's motion isn't surprising.
Actually pairs perfectly and logically with her decision to not allow evidence of political and racial animus.
Mosby is accused of committing perjury and mortgage fraud. Mosby's defense team unsuccessfully sought to block government experts from testifying. They were also unsuccessful in preventing jurors from being told she used money from her retirement fund to buy homes. The two perjury charges stem from Mosby telling Retirement Holdings Bank she suffered a COVID-related hardship.
Her income simply declined, which we now know it didn't, and she purchased 2 vacation homes to make a profit. The jury will have to decide whether she suffered any financial hardship, and that may be a difficult step.
Yesterday, prosecutors had 2 pretrial motions. The first was to exclude the jury from hearing the defense allegation, say the prosecution was motivated by personal and racial animus. That motion was granted. The second sought to exclude expert witnesses, which was only granted in part. And another motion still on the table is whether to ban prosecutors from saying, quote, financial hardship. That motion will be decided next week. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Mosby's final pretrial hearing is scheduled for next Wednesday. Then the jury trial begins September 19th. Fox 45 News will have complete coverage of the Mosby trials. You can follow along both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. A California wildfire exploding in size overnight.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand this morning as the evacuation orders are expanding. Megan.
Yeah, the one we're watching, guys, is the Fairview fire. And right now, if we take a look here, this is actually happening southeast of Los Angeles in Riverside County. We've got new estimates here this morning as we click this out so you can see a little bit better. It shows it has now quadrupled in size from what it was this time yesterday. Again, evacuation areas expanding overnight. The fire is still only 5% contained this morning. There is relief coming to parts of Southern California, but this could actually pose new problems. We're talking about Hurricane K, forecasted to ride up Mexico's Baja California Peninsula before then weakening, veering away from the U.S. It is expected to be close enough, though, to bring some much-needed rain this weekend, maybe even a little too much, posing a flood and mudslide threat. They just can't catch a break. Until then, we're seeing near-record heat for the state again today, expected to tax the energy grid. PG&E thanking customers trying to conserve energy right now. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
A Maryland native is taking the tennis world by storm. Coming up, his journey to the first semifinals of his career.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
California firefighters are working to contain the Fairview fire, approximately 50 miles southeast of Los Angeles. It's now grown to more than 5,000 acres. The fire comes as California endures a brutal heat wave. Even Texans are getting impact from the wildfires. This morning's pink and purple sunrise in the Panhandle is visible through smoke that drifted to the east.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
6:41 on this Thursday morning, this Friday Eve, as we gear up for the weekend. It is going to be a beauty. Today, ahead of that, we are looking at a nice mix of sun and clouds. Eventually, we start off cloudy this morning. The sun breaks through this afternoon, and that's going to help us warm up from the 60s to the 70s, eventually back into the low 80s today. And that sets us up for a really pretty start to the weekend. By the end, I am tracking our next rain chance. I'll explain when that weather maker gets here in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice?
A bright spot for your morning. Prince George's County's own Frances Tiafoe is taking the tennis world by storm.
Now, the Maryland native upset legend Rafael Nadal in the 4th round of the U.S. Open, punching his ticket to the quarterfinals and advancing to the first major semi of his career. Tiafoe took down 9th-ranked Andrei Rublev in straight sets to become the first American man to make the U.S. Open semis since 2006. He'll take the court again tomorrow. Nice dance, too. I like that.
Yeah, his excitement is just contagious. He said, I had to take it all in. I'm like, is this a dream? It was pretty awesome. So, good to see. All right. Are you Team Apple or Android? Apple, of course. Well, if you're on, I knew you were going to throw that in there. If you're Team Apple, then we've got some great news for you. After the break, a look at their latest release. What does Android have? Any latest releases?
Amazing equipment that you don't have to buy every 2 years.
Moving on.
Activity across the country. I'm Atrell Nashar with what a new Federal Reserve report says about inflation where you live.
In your morning rush now, 2 separate shootings happening on school grounds days apart leaves 1 person dead and 1 injured. Olivia Dance joins us live with the concerns from residents who live near those schools. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the shooting happened yesterday just after students were dismissed from school. A group of students heard gunfire, and then the 17-year-old student felt something hit him. He was grazed in the head by the bullet, but thankfully he has non-life-threatening injuries. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have the latest updates on this investigation, plus hear from concerned residents. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the city has lifted its water boil advisory for some of the city in all of Baltimore County following that possible E. coli contamination. Now, Fox 45 News is hearing from a whistleblower inside DPW who says that it's still not sure if it's safe. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with those details. Shannon?
Yeah, this morning, Tom, that DPW employee is raising real questions about just how accurate the city's water tests are. He's not sure that they're accurate because he doesn't say that he doesn't think that they're random enough. And he's also questioning why investigators with outside the city, independent investigators, aren't coming in to also test the water as well and get their own findings. So stay with us because in just 15 minutes, we are going to hear from this DPW employee with his concerns, and we'll also hear how the city is responding to the issue. Now back to you.
Apple releases its latest iPhone, watch, and AirPod models in California.
Company debuting several new devices at the Apple Far Out event. New products include the Apple Watch Series 8, featuring new battery life settings, crash detection, and temperature sensor to help track women's health.
Now, Apple's biggest draw, the iPhone, is getting 4 new models: the 14, 14 Plus, 14 Pro, and 14 Pro Max.
It's a lot
to choose from. And so we've been having a discussion in here this morning, Apple or Android, and I'm definitely Apple because that's what I'm used to. But I don't get a new phone every time they come out.
Why are you starting with that? How many times do you get a new Apple phone? How many times have you had one?
If I break mine, or the reason I updated this time was because I wanted the larger size phone and the better camera because I have like 14,000 pictures on my phone.
I'm just excited new ones are out because that means I get the older ones cheaper.
Yes,
because I go for the older one. I don't need all that new stuff. What I have is fine, and now I'll get the other one cheaper.
This one is actually cheaper, though. This one is
$800, right?
But the last one was $1,200.
And again, no. Nope.
Refurbished. I've had this 6 years, and then before that was another Android 3 years before that. So for 10 years, I've had, this is my second phone, where my wife and my daughter have iPhones, and they've had 3 each in that same time
I'm with you.
Android's boring, though. That's kind of boring.
Android takes good pictures, too.
They need the way to do the video chat with everybody, and then I'd be all Team Android.
That's true.
That's boring.
I think this one was like $300 used when I got it.
Really?
So, yeah,
They're still all expensive, but no matter which one you get.
Call and text. That's all I need.
The basics.
That's all I need.
And some pictures, I guess.
Yeah, and the camera, definitely.
And the camera.
For these great shots.
And the FaceTime and the app.
all the things. So I want to start
is cool.
with the big picture across the country because there is a lot happening across the country. And on a serious note, I want to start off in California where they're dealing with serious drought conditions plus wildfires. But then if you take a peek at what's happening south of there, you find Hurricane K. That's going to send them a lot of rain over the weekend. Now, they need the rain, but it's going to be almost too much too fast, and that could cause some flooding issues there. Here on the East Coast, we find Hurricane Earl that is strengthening off our coast. Fortunately for us, it's going to stay there, not being a direct impact, although it could kick up some rough surf, some rip currents as we head into the weekend. Right now, closer to home, not much of anything happening. We've got that area of low pressure sitting offshore that's slowly drifting away from us. And as that happens, it's going to take the clouds eventually along with it. Now, we are still starting off overcast this morning. Looking down at Towson, you can see a little sliver of that sun, and that is covered by mostly cloudy skies. Eventually, I think we'll see some more sun pop through. But this morning, it's cloudy and it's cool to start. Feels a little like fall out there. Upper 60s, low 70s this morning. Eventually, we will see some breaks in the clouds. I think it's more clouds than sun today. Temperatures will manage to get back into the mid and upper 70s to near 80 this afternoon with just a stray shower, a sprinkle possible. By tomorrow, it's all sun. We brighten up our skies. We start off cool in the morning. I even see some 50s in spots like Carroll County to get things started. As we head through the afternoon, though, numbers will warm and we make our way back into the more summery low 80s. We just barely reached the low 80s today as clouds give way to sun this afternoon. This evening's also a great one. If you have some sports practices after school, you're in good shape. No rain to worry about today. Temperatures will be comfy to start and then eventually cool off into the low 60s after sunset. Maryland State Fair final weekend kicks off today. I'm giving it the green light if you're headed out today, tomorrow, or Saturday. Sunday, I'd go earlier over later because we do have some rain moving in by the afternoon.
But temperatures won't change a whole lot. We've got a long stretch of the low 80s. That's exactly where we should be for this time of year. The one exception is Sunday. As that next weather maker moves in, we'll spend the end of the weekend in the upper 70s. But our highest chance for rain with that next weather maker comes Monday into Tuesday. Scattered showers likely. An unsettled pattern kicks off next week with that stretch of the 80s taking us all the way through midweek. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Amy. The clock ticking for Baltimore Ravens in contract negotiations, the deadline for Lamar Jackson and what could happen.
And Merriam-Webster is spicing it up by adding a few of your fall favorites to the dictionary. Still to come, a look at the sweet additions.
All right, well, even if you are not a PSL fan.
Which I am not.
Well,
and
not
I can't
either.
believe that's going in the dictionary. Let's flip the page like 24. That's where coffee is. It's time for a coffee break.
Well, in today's Assignment America, potential relief for drivers at the pump as oil prices continue to drop.
U.S. oil traded at $82.41 a barrel on Wednesday, the lowest price we've seen since January. This comes after OPEC and its allies cut production to support prices.
Analysts say concerns about the world economy could also be a factor in Wednesday's drop. The sell-off should continue to lower prices when you head out to the gas station.
According to AAA, the average cost for a gallon of regular gas is $3.76. That is 31 cents less than a month ago.
Now, in parts of the U.S., inflation is starting to cool off, but according to a new report from 12 Federal Reserve districts all across the country, the prospect of future economic growth is weak.
Central bank leaders watching regional patterns like consumer spending and hiring closely as they try to fight inflation with higher interest rates, all while avoiding a recession.
National correspondent Audra Al-Nashar shows us their findings across the country.
The Federal Reserve out with a new assessment of how Americans are faring through these uncertain economic times. In the Northeast, business activity is growing, but at a modest pace as fears of recession by the end of the year intensify. Many pulling back discretionary spending to make up for high prices for necessities.
15 years ago.
Businesses hit by inflation too. This restaurant owner in Rochester, New York, absorbing some of the costs to keep customers.
The cost on everything is just through the roof.
In the Midwest, businesses are having an easier time hiring, but wage inflation is still an issue as workers are in high demand. The president of the Cleveland Federal Reserve Bank, Loretta Mester, pointing to mass retirements during the pandemic.
There's really little reason to think that we'll see an influx of workers that's large enough to return the overall participation rate to its pre-pandemic level.
In the South, housing demand is cooling. There's been a slight drop in the median price of an existing home, but rising mortgage rates mean many are still priced out of this market. Some local governments stepping in to provide more affordable housing, like in Savannah, Georgia. The city council recently approving more than $3 million for affordable housing projects. Meanwhile, sustained drops in new and existing home sales have some declaring a housing recession. The Fed is also closely watching energy prices. While much of the country has an average gas price of $3.76, in some western states, gas is still $4.50 or more. In California, $5.27. On Wednesday, the U.S. Energy Information Administration forecasting prices will average $3.60 by the end of the year. But the cost of heating your home could eat into those energy savings, as the EIA also forecasts the cost of natural gas will rise with inventory below average after an especially hot summer. Volatility the Fed's taking into account ahead of another interest rate hike this month. In Washington, I'm Atrell Nashar reporting.
Millions of Americans are continuing to sweat through an extreme heat wave.
Most of California and southern Nevada are now under excessive heat warnings.
Numerous high-temperature records were set this week in Northern California. On Tuesday, it reached 116 degrees in Sacramento, breaking a nearly century-old record.
Heat wave expected to last through Friday.
Well, California law enforcement are pleading with residents to heed evacuation orders as the Fairview fire burns through parts of Southern California. So far, that fire has killed 2 people and scorched roughly 2,000 acres of land.
We ask for your cooperation. We beg for your cooperation on these evacuation orders and even the warnings. Fire is very unpredictable, as we discussed yesterday and earlier today, and moves very, very fast.
Well, now about 5% of the fire has been contained as of the last report Wednesday morning. Law enforcement confirming 2 people died while trying to flee the fast-moving fire. So far, 7 structures have been destroyed. Another 5,000 structures are threatened.
A whistleblower inside DPW is raising questions about the city's water contamination. Coming up, we'll hear his concerns.
For most of us, Friday is payday, but will that be the case for Lamar Jackson? We've been asking this for so long. The latest updates from QB1 regarding his contract extension.
And we are off to a cloudy start today, but I promise sun right around the corner. I'll explain exactly when that returns in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, September 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot of events around this area. And right now we have Fleet Week. In fact, at the Inner Harbor, you'll see a lot of different vessels, some tall ships from, actually, you see that right there, the Danish tall ship right there on the left. It's called the Denmark. And then, of course, on the right, that's a U.S. destroyer. That's the Minneapolis St. Paul. And you can tour both of them.
Well, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson and see if today would be a good day to get out there and do that.
Yes, definitely not a bad day. Little cloudy to start, but don't let that stop you. We're not tracking any rain, at least, like we were the past couple of days. Upper 60s, low 70s to start. I'd maybe even throw a jacket on if you are headed out for a morning stroll this morning. If you're just headed out to the bus stop, same applies. Mid 60s to begin under cloudy skies. As we get into lunchtime and pickup time, we will see some sun breakthrough. And as that happens, our temperatures are going to warm back up from the upper 70s to the low 80s by the end of the day. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this dry, warmer stretch is going to last. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and we are seeing a slowdown right here on the outer loop because of some traffic involved there. That's also some construction zone. The real delay, though, is at the Fort McHenry Tunnel there. In fact, there is one vehicle, I believe it's at the Fort McHenry. No, actually, yeah, it's at the Fort McHenry. There's bore 1 is blocked, so you want to go into that center lanes if you're traveling southbound through the Fort McHenry. We have continuing coverage this morning. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the city has lifted its water boil advisory for some parts of the city and all of Baltimore County following a possible E. coli contamination.
Thousands of people in West Baltimore, though, should still boil their tap water.
The reason there is a partial lifting and not a full lifting is that DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil water advisory and remaining area.
Now, Fox 45 News is hearing from a whistleblower inside DPW who is telling us we might not be able to trust those results.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with that exclusive interview. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Patrice says some people are being told that their water is now clean to drink. That employee we spoke with isn't so sure about that. In fact, he's questioning whether the city's water tests are true tests.
To date, we have received 25 results back. All results were negative except for one location.
Yeah, in that news conference, the director of public works announced that the department is now taking hourly samples of water in the affected areas. But this employee we spoke with doesn't know how accurate those tests will be because he says often the tests just are not random enough.
Those locations should be random. The fact that you go back and test the same locations again and again is not a truly random sample. I think I compare it to doing a poll. If you're always polling the same people, you tend to get the same answers.
Now he's also questioning why investigators independent of the city are not being called to come in and also test the water, get their own independent findings. We know right now, Tom and Patrice, that the city is the one doing the testing in their own laboratories.
Well, Shannon, what's the city's response to these whistleblowers' claims?
Well, Tom, the city isn't really directly responding to this employee, but we do know that they have maintained that throughout this entire investigation, they have been in complete compliance with state guidelines. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. So if you're questioning if you still need to boil your water, there's an updated interactive map, and that's on the right-hand side of your screen right there. You could also see it on our website. You can find it there at foxbaltimore.com, along with a link to search by your address.
The mayor also announcing Baltimore City residents will receive 25% off their next water bill to make up for this inconvenience. It's not clear whether Baltimore County residents will also see a discount.
DPW is telling everyone in the affected areas to flush their water systems, and that includes running all faucets on cold for about 15 minutes, starting at the bottom of your home and then working up. There will be more instructions on how to do that on DPW's website.
And bottled water distribution will still be offered until further notice. 7:04 now to a city in crisis. Mervo students are returning to the classroom this morning, days after a 17-year-old student was shot and killed on school grounds. And this morning, we know that police are investigating another shooting involving a teen. This time, it happened outside Carver Vocational Technical High School in West Baltimore. Olivia Dance joining us now live with more on what happened in that incident. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the teen was grazed in the head by a bullet right after school, and thankfully he has non-life-threatening injuries, but this shooting is still under investigation. It happened on Wednesday when students at Carver Vocational High School had just been dismissed. Students heard gunfire, and then one student felt something hit him. Now residents in the area are concerned.
Firearms everywhere. Everybody can get their hands on them.
It's madness, man. I mean, people from all over the city come to this area, so it could have been anybody.
This shooting is the second time in less than a week that a teen has been shot outside a Baltimore City school after classes were dismissed. On Friday, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed in the parking lot at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School. Police say it began with an argument, and a 17-year-old from another school was arrested. Now residents want the violence to end.
I think it's an outrage. They just don't care, man. They really don't.
Now, anyone with information on yesterday's shooting is urged to call Baltimore police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A lot of people coming up with different ways to help curb this violence, and we want to know what you think about one solution. Will mediation help curb the crime in city schools? So far, 95% of those who have voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com.
A deadly shooting rampage lasting for hours, forcing Memphis residents to shelter in place, is now over.
Yeah, Megan Gillen at our live center this morning with a person in custody right now. Megan?
Yeah, you're taking a look at him right here. This is 19-year-old Ezekiel Kelly, guys. We know he is now in police custody after they say he killed at least 4 people and injured 3 others while reportedly live streaming his ruthless attack on Facebook. He was arrested overnight after crashing a stolen car about 10 miles away from the University of Memphis. Right now, police are investigating at least 8 separate crime scenes in this case, which include 7 shootings and 1 carjacking. The city shutting down bus services, suspending a minor league baseball game during this manhunt. Memphis recently shaken by some high-profile crimes as well, including the murder of 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, the Memphis teacher abducted during her morning jog on Friday. The suspect here accused of killing her, just making a court appearance yesterday. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Making headlines this morning, the U.S. Defense Secretary says President Joe Biden has approved additional military aid to Ukraine worth up to $675 million. This comes as lawmakers criticize the president's initial request of $47 billion in emergency funding. Nearly $12 billion of that funding would also go to Ukraine. $22 billion would go to COVID-19 relief efforts, and the rest expected to go toward monkeypox and natural disasters.
Well, Antony Blinken, though, just minutes ago announcing this morning he's adding another $2 billion to the Ukraine fund there and some allies around that. So skeptical Republicans giving their reaction to Biden's huge financial request. Texas Senator John Cornyn writing, a better idea is to reprogram already appropriated excess COVID relief funds to no longer needed for that purpose. Arizona Representative Andy Biggs tweeting Biden ostensibly believes that we should provide unlimited funding with no oversight to a historically corrupt country. Biden has still not indicated what the strategic plans in Ukraine are. That's because there is no strategic plan.
Also happening today, the president is set to host a call with allies over the next steps in support of Ukraine against Russia's invasion. G7, NATO, and European Union leaders are all expected to take part.
Now, this follows a call between President Biden and Britain's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, Tuesday. And they discussed strengthening the relationship between the two nations and cooperation on global issues, including the war in Ukraine.
Now the clock is ticking for Lamar Jackson, and the Baltimore Ravens quarterback said tomorrow would be the cutoff point at which negotiations for a contract extension would need to be set aside before the start of the regular season. He's got to focus.
That's right. And contract negotiations have taken center stage as Lamar enters his final year of his rookie deal without an extension. Jackson would be eligible for free agency following this season, but the Ravens would likely use a franchise tag, keeping him with the team.
Jackson, who does not have an agent, said in the past that week 1 would be the deadline for talks. That will come just 2 days before, they open the season with the Jets. So that's why tomorrow it's got to be it so he can focus and play the game that they should be paying him for.
Kickoff, I would not be talking about a contract. I'm thinking straight Jets around kickoff time. The end of this week, Friday.
It's definitely interesting, though, how it's going for sure. But nobody really knows what's going on. He's his own agent. So I guess whatever conversations are happening, hopefully they're good. Hopefully they can get done pretty soon here. And but I have no doubt he'll be here for his whole career. So I'm excited about that, being his teammate for a long time.
Okay, so let's bring Megan into this. It amazes me that he is his own agent.
Yes.
For one. I mean, that's amazing.
It's a lot to handle.
It is. You're talking about a big dollar figure, and you've got to focus on the game, and this has been going on for years now. So I feel like you got to just come to a resolution at this
And you're
point.
the #1 sought out after quarterback in the
Used
NFL.
to be.
Used to be. That's
Used
right.
to
I mean,
be.
there
So
are,
that's
but there's
why
some
I
big
think
contracts.
this discussion has been weird because he had a bad season last year, got injured, and being on the injury report makes him a little less valuable. I don't know. I think that it's weird that there's not even any talk of what there could be. The NFL Network saying a deal is not imminent. So what does that mean? That there's nothing on the table?
I don't know. I don't know what to make of this either. I don't think anybody knows what to make of.
And you listen to him, he just wants to play the game. He's got the first game of the season.
But the longer you keep playing without that,
when you're your own agent.
Without that contract, though, what if something happens to him this year? I mean,
Nothing to
like he's
protect
putting it all on the line, and so
So he's got to sign tomorrow. If nothing else, then too.
You think that would be the that would be the talk of the town this century if he's just out of the blue, all right, we've got this deal tomorrow.
Well, and you would think they have to. Something, that's what he's saying. Either he signs or he's not.
Or that we stop talking and we pick this up again.
Yeah, and then some other team picks him up.
Right.
Which would be crazy.
The bidding war at that point. All right. Yeah. Let's move on now to meteorologist Amy Aronson.
The stress of it all, right?
Football season.
I know. Hello, football season. Gearing up for the first game, not a home game on Sunday, but of course we'll all still be watching. We are looking at bright sunshine leading up to that Friday and Saturday, highs in the low 80s. And it's a good thing they're not playing at home because it's not really going to be that nice here on Sunday. We are tracking some showers by the afternoon, some clouds, and that's going to bring our temperatures down a little bit out of the 80s and back into the upper 70s by the end of the weekend. But coming up in 10 minutes, we will talk more about that rain chance and then how long that rain chance sticks around. And we'll take an early look ahead at what they'll expect a week from Sunday for that home opener, of course. Back to you.
From the cup to the page, still ahead, the classic fall favorite that has now been added to the English dictionary.
And the Defenders Day celebrations are back at Fort McHenry. Coming up, we'll tell you all about it in my chapeau. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:15 and taking a live look over Las Vegas this morning, where police have arrested a Las Vegas official in connection with the killing of investigative reporter Jeff Gearman.
Now, Robert Tillis is the subject of a series of stories by Gearman and is scheduled to appear in court tomorrow.
Police served search warrants at the Clark County Public Administrator's home on Wednesday, while officers and SWAT surrounded his house for hours Wednesday afternoon.
Well, Kay DeManchi with our Sinclair sister station in Las Vegas joins us now with the twists and the turns this case has taken.
Just a day after police asked for the public's help identifying a potential murder suspect in connection to the death of 69-year-old Jeff Gearman, officers combed through the home of Clark County Public Administrator Robert Tillis. Neighbors watching police take evidence in and out of the home for hours say they were horrified to hear the news.
Crazy. It's just crazy. This is a really nice community, so to have this is unbelievable.
Tillis was the subject of a recent investigation of the Review-Journal employee surrounding allegations of workplace misconduct. Tillis lost his re-election campaign shortly after the stories were published. He called Gearman's claims manufactured, and on his website, Rob4NV wrote, "Jeff Gearman may not be done trying to drag me through the mud."
Jeff made his share of enemies too. He drilled down into politics, into organized crime, inside the police department.
Officers released Tillis after seizing his clothes, sending him back in this white jumpsuit. And hours later, officers swarmed his home, taking him into custody again, this time charging him in the murder of Jeff Gearman.
Had been there working hard in the community for a long time, that he was gone and, perhaps gone for doing his job. And so there's, that's a strange feeling.
Well, that was Kay DeManchi reporting. Tillis is scheduled to make his first court appearance at 1:30 this afternoon.
Now we want to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a look at our forecast, and fittingly, that bright yellow dress. Hopefully we'll see some more sun today.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some more yellow showing up in the sky. We're starting to see a little bit right now. If you look down at the Inner Harbor, you can see things are starting to brighten up despite the clouds that are still sticking around. Upper 60s to start, a completely calm wind right now. Very comfortable early this morning. We are keeping a watchful eye on that area of low pressure as it drifts away from us. That's what kept us cloudy yesterday and sent us the on and off showers. Fortunately, that's moving away from us, hopefully taking the clouds along with it eventually. This morning, we're still starting off gray and gloomy, but I think we do see some breaks in the clouds as we get into the afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll see more sun than clouds. The sun takes over. It's going to be bright and sunny to get things started, and that sun is here to stay with clear skies as we zip through the afternoon. Now, Saturday stays mostly sunny and dry, but look at what happens on Sunday. Not only do the clouds return, all of this green stuff is going to push in from the south and from the west during the afternoon. That's our next weather maker, and that's our next rain chance. Here's what that means if you plan to head out to the Maryland State Fair for the final weekend. You've got 4 opportunities, and the next 3 days look fantastic. Nice and comfortable, plenty of sunshine, low 80s each day. Sunday doesn't look quite as nice as the chance for rain moves back in, especially during the afternoon. I'd say Sunday earlier over later for outdoor plans. High temperatures will be in the cooler upper 70s. Meanwhile, in the tropics, we find Hurricane Earl actually on its way to become a major hurricane, would be the first of the Atlantic hurricane season. You'll notice the latest track keeps it well off the East Coast as we head through the weekend. Although some rough surf and some rip currents, I think that could certainly be an issue at the beaches this weekend. That's not the only activity we have in the tropics. We've also got 2 other areas we are monitoring. The one in yellow, low chance for development there. The one in red, a higher chance for development as we head over the next 5 days. And we're actually only a couple days away now from the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. We've checked off through Earl on our list of names. Fiona would be next up on the list if we end up with a named storm from one of the 2 systems we're watching way out in the Atlantic. No tropical concerns in the short term. We've got a long stretch of the 80s that take us through the start of the weekend. It's not until Sunday afternoon that we throw that rain chance back in, but at that point, move outdoor plans inside. And Monday and Tuesday look very unsettled. You're going to need the rain gear as you head back to work, back to school Monday and Tuesday mornings. We've got scattered showers both days, and it looks like the shower chance will stick around through midweek next week. Back to you.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Well, Fox 45 is getting Marilyn back to work. It's time for our job of the day. Johns Hopkins Community Physicians in Bethesda looking to hire an administrative supervisor. If you'd like some more information about this job, go to foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send us your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
7:20 now. Baltimore is getting its first predominantly black sailing team. African Diaspora Maritime is looking to assemble a group of sailors here in Baltimore to compete in the America's Cup, one of the oldest and most prestigious sailing competitions in the world. State leaders supporting the effort say the training programs for young sailors will also teach them valuable life skills.
And these skills are going to be needed to expand the knowledge of these young people in their futures, even if they choose not to continue with competitive sailing. But as we all talk about STEM and how it can, change lives.
Leaders of the group say they're committed to training their team and building a high-tech boat to make the Maryland sailing team one of the best in the world.
Well, if you are looking for a new job, you're in luck. Why the Wall Street Journal says now is the best time to make the switch.
And again, we're at Fort McHenry this morning. Defenders Day celebrations are back. We'll talk about what this chapeau means. What did the guy that wore this do? And all that kind of stuff coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.24, it's So Baltimore. The oldest celebrated holiday in the city is back with a bang for the first time since 2019.
And Defenders Day commemorates the anniversary of the successful defense of Baltimore in 1814 and the writing of the nation's national anthem. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is at Fort McHenry with a hat that needs to walk into the wind, right, Mark?
That's right. I'm donning my chapeau this morning. Ranger Shannon, of course, old friend Ranger Shannon, is going to break down everything we need to know about Defenders Day. And we say Defenders Day for a reason, right?
Absolutely. What we're doing when we look at Defenders Day, the idea is that we're celebrating all the defenders who protected their community in Baltimore in 1814. So we're talking about people who served in the militia, in the regular army, sailors who came out here, the civilians who dug trenches and looked after soldiers. We're talking about everybody. So we're hoping that the community of Baltimore will turn out and recognize that history, because it's a shared history, and it was something where we came together and accomplished it.
And you know, that's the thing. We have so many beautiful spaces here in Baltimore, but so many historic ones. And this has to be at the top of the list, right?
Well, you know, that's what the visitors tell me. This being my hometown, I think it's a big place. You know, it's a great place. But we have lots of visitors from all over the world who come here and say, this is such a rich, historic town. And yeah, you've got 2 national parks here you can talk about. Fort McHenry is a great place to come here. You learn about, as I said, our shared history in Baltimore, but it's a great green space to, you know, hang around. And actually this Saturday, if people want to pack their picnic blanket, they pack their picnic, they can come on out. They can experience, learn about history throughout the day with demonstrations. And then in the evening, they can come out and hear the United States Army Field Band play. They're doing a free concert. You can grab the family, sit on the grounds, enjoy the concert. So you got some music, and you got a mock bombardment, and you got fireworks in the evening. So it's a great way to close out the summer and really just sit back, relax, and learn.
And it's so visual, but also so much great information that you may not know. People may say, Mark, what is this big hat you have on? I understand this is a chapeau. I understand this is an artillery chapeau. So this is, I would be the person shooting the weapons, right?
The man with the big guns. Yeah,
the man with stylish and the big guns.
Yeah, you're rocking the chapeau. It's a great look for you.
Well, thank you.
Great look for you. But yeah, so some of the men who served on the inside the garrison, the men who lived at Fort McHenry, they had chapeaus like that. The one you have is actually militia, so it's got a little more, you know, going with it.
All right.
But we had militiamen who served here during that bombardment. As I said, it's a moment when the entire town gets together, when you have ordinary people who meet extraordinary circumstances.
Major Shannon's going to be with us all morning long. We're going to learn more things and see more beautiful sights and wear more hats. It's all happening this morning, guys.
Yeah, and here's some more Fife. My goodness, the
that
Fife in the
is
background.
getting it in.
Woo! They're getting after it.
He's getting it in, baby.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mark. For more information about how you can hang out there at Fort McHenry, what a great place to go. And just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A drier Thursday with temperatures reaching the low 80s this afternoon, but our next weather maker is already heading toward us. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking your next chance for storms. That's coming up in her full Weather Authority forecast.
New information about what the FBI may have been after raiding the city schools headquarters last month in Baltimore. Why Project Baltimore team says that it may be linked to the story first reported 2 years ago. 7:28 your time.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a great weekend ahead for us. Last weekend of the State Fair, Sunday, Fox 45 News Day, too.
We'll all be out there, so make sure you stop by. Meteorologist Amy Aronson included. Well, are you going to be at the fair? Because you're going to be you're going to be everywhere this
I guess I'm going to be everywhere. I just thought about that. Yeah, I'll be at Martin State Airport in the morning and then at the fair.
So Fleet Week, fair, fun weekend.
I'm squeezing in all the fun activities that are happening this weekend. And yeah, it's going to be a nice weekend for everything, with the exception of later Sunday. And I'll explain why in just a minute. But first, let's start off talking about what's happening this morning as you step out. A little cloudy out there right now, but it's still comfortable. Mid and upper 60s. That's what you want to dress for. Still giving your morning drive the green light despite the extra cloud cover. It's also going to be comfortable as we head through the morning into the afternoon. Temperatures will be warming up. We're already in the upper 70s by lunchtime. And our next weather maker does move in by the end of the weekend on Sunday. So coming up in 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at exactly when we'll see the first showers, courtesy of that. Tom, Patrice.
Well, today we are learning more about what the FBI may have been after when it raided Baltimore City Schools headquarters just last month.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, sources familiar with the FBI's investigations say that it involves a Fox 45 investigation from 2 years ago.
Fox 45 first broke the news.
There was an FBI search at City School headquarters Wednesday
when federal agents last month raided North Avenue. Soon after, we learned the FBI was looking into Dunbar High's school resource officer and 7-time state champion football coach Lawrence Smith.
Watch the ball!
Potentially over issues with overtime.
You know, they think that, football is my full-time job. But I let them know, I said, no, this blue uniform is what really pays my mortgage.
Project Baltimore looked at Smith's earnings and found as a school resource officer in 2018, he earned about $13,000 in overtime. We don't have his 2019 overtime earnings, but in 2020, his overtime spiked to nearly $68,000 and then $94,000 the year after. It's unclear why his overtime jumped so significantly. Smith is not commenting, but sources familiar with the raid tell Fox 45 that overtime is not the only issue under investigation. The other concerns a Project Baltimore report from 2020.
Throws this one deep downfield, caught!
And a deal Smith made with the A7FL.
My time.
The A7FL is a 7-on-7 football league where players wear no helmets and no pads. Founded in 2015, the league has quickly grown to include 20 teams across the country, including in Baltimore. In summer 2020, Fox 45 News exposed how the multi-million-dollar league was using Dunbar High School's football field without the proper permits. At the time, we interviewed the league's regional commissioner, Marcus Cole, who said he worked out a deal to use the field.
My understanding is that we were covered. My relationship with the coaches and everyone else, with the partnership that we had, my assumption is that everything was okay.
In 2015, when the A7FL came to Baltimore, Cole said he partnered with an organization called Clear Path Athletics. According to the CEO of the A7FL, the deal was this: the league could use Dunbar's football field for free. In return, all revenue from ticket and concession sales would go to Clear Path.
We got good movement.
Founded by Lawrence Smith.
But Smith doesn't own Dunbar's football field. According to City Schools policy, he doesn't have the authority to rent it out. Students in Baltimore City are supposed to benefit from the fees generated by issuing permits. But in this case, it appears that didn't happen.
Recent calls and text messages to Smith have not been returned. But in 2020, he told Fox 45 that ClearPath Athletics allowed the A7FL to operate under its permit. So the A7FL wasn't paying permit fees to use Dunbar's field. And remember, all money from ticket and concession sales went to ClearPath. That's 3 sources of revenue that could have gone to Dunbar High School, but apparently did not. And then there's this. According to state records, ClearPath Athletics shut down in 2017, but the A7FL played at Dunbar's field for 5 seasons, from 2015 to 2019. During just the 2019 season, the league played 24 games at Dunbar. But if ClearPath shut down 2 years earlier, where was the money from ticket and concession sales going? Sources within Dunbar say it was never transferred to the school.
With moving forward, we would definitely go about doing things the right way and making sure everything's handled the way it's supposed to be handled.
After Project Baltimore first broke the A7FL story in 2020, city schools banned the league from the stadium. The A7FL then acquired the proper permits from city schools, and the partnership with Smith ended. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
7:36 now, and developing this morning, Mayor Brandon Scott announcing that the city has lifted its boil water advisory for some parts of the city and all of Baltimore County after a possible E. coli contamination.
Now, the advisory is lifted for the area south and southwest of Route 40, including the original precautionary area in Baltimore County.
DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil water advisory and remaining area.
And Department of Public Works Director Jason Mitchell urging residents who are no longer under the advisory to flush their water for 15 minutes before using it again. Now, if you did drink some of the water in any of those impacted areas, watch out for common E. coli symptoms like stomach cramps, vomiting, diarrhea, and fever. Symptoms usually appear within 2 to 4 days. If you think you have any of these symptoms, you're asked to reach out to your doctor for treatment. City leaders have some recommendations, though, if you live in an impacted area. If you're going to cook with or drink the water, boiling is necessary to kill the bacteria. Health experts recommend a healthy boil, so just warming up the water won't be enough. Make sure you see the bubbles rolling for at least 30 seconds before consuming. It is okay to wash your clothes or shower with tap water without boiling. Just don't drink it while you're showering. Pets are also less likely to be infected, but if you're concerned, you should still boil their water before letting it cool and giving it to them.
NACA is returning to Baltimore today to start a new housing initiative. The warning coming from one city council member.
Drier today with temperatures reaching the low 80s this afternoon. Nice weather won't be sticking around for long. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking our next chance for showers in her full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38 your time.
7:41 on this Thursday morning. If you're planning ahead for your day, we are starting off cloudy now, but I'd plan on some sunshine by the end of the afternoon, and that's going to warm us up. Although we're starting off in the cooler mid-60s, we end up in the 70s by midday, and then this afternoon we end the day in the warmer low 80s. Now we're going to stay this way for a couple of days, but by the end of the weekend I am tracking our next weather maker. I'll explain when rain arrives from that in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. That's important for this weekend. This week, the last chance for fun at the Maryland State Fair. It starts tonight at 5 o'clock, goes through Sunday night. What you can look forward to before the rides and the games are all gone.
Doors opening right now at the Baltimore Convention Center for a 5-day event for potential home buyers. Coming up, why Councilwoman Odette Ramos is warning you not to go.
(7:44), and we have some breaking news this morning. Buckingham Palace says Queen Elizabeth is under medical supervision as doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health. The announcement comes a day after the 96-year-old monarch canceled a meeting of her with her privacy council or privy council and was told to rest. The palace says the Queen is comfortable and remains at the Balmoral Castle in Scotland, where she has spent the summer. Also happening this morning, offering a dream home, but the debate endures. Is it a dream or a scam?
This morning, NACA's Achieve the Dream is starting today, and it runs through Monday. But earlier this year, tension boiled over between a Baltimore City Council member and the group that is putting on this housing event in the city.
I have been working in this field for 30 years.
Mr. Marks.
I am the
Mr. Marks. Oh, Councilwoman.
I just did.
Mr. Marks.
Well, now Councilwoman Ramos is warning Baltimoreans not to go to this week's housing event.
Shannon Lilly is live outside the convention center with more on that heated debate. Shannon.
And Patrice, thousands are expected here. We've actually already seen some people walk through these doors here behind me. This is a so-called dream event for people here at the Baltimore Convention Center looking to become homeowners, and that's according to the Dollar Homes Group putting it on. But Councilwoman Odette Ramos is saying just the opposite, and she is warning potential home buyers to beware.
Since the disaster of a hearing in April,
We've learned a lot more about this organization. A lot of people reached out to me saying that, they've been waiting for a long time. All the appointments always get canceled to try to, get their house and, sometimes getting, not so great deals.
So let's get you up to speed on what's led up to this point. The Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, or NACA, which is HOOD approved, promotes what it calls the best deal out there for low to moderate income families seeking homeownership. Now, you heard about that hearing that Ramos referenced. Well, what she's talking about is the city council meeting that NACA Chief Executive Bruce Marks testified at in April. The situation got so tense that Baltimore police were called and Council President Nick Mosby ended up having to apologize. But Marks says that Ramos's warning about NACA isn't about policy, but more of a personal vendetta.
So she hasn't done her homework. She's making accusations which are unfounded. She's doing that because we criticized her.
Now, as I mentioned, the doors right here at the Baltimore Convention Center supposed to open at 8, but they have already opened. We saw a line of people going right through those doors. This is a 5-day event where people can get one-on-one counseling if they are looking to buy a home. Reporting live from the Baltimore Convention Center, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, 7:47 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, and we're talking about the change over to cooler temperatures outside, and it is freezing here in the studio.
I know. Don't let our sleeveless dresses fool you. It's chilly in the studio. It's cool outside also. Light jackets are certainly warranted today. Not the case everywhere, though. I want to head over to the West Coast where they're actually dealing with extreme heat. That's right, triple-digit temperatures. A heat wave ongoing there. They need the rain, and it looks like they will get it. The problem is they're going to get too much at once from this. That's Hurricane K sitting off the coast of Mexico. That's going to travel their way by the weekend and send them that rain and hopefully actually cool them down a little bit. Off our coast, we find Hurricane Earl that is strengthening and eventually going to become a major hurricane. Fortunately, it's going to stay offshore and not be a direct impact for us. And we also have that area of low pressure sitting and spinning offshore. Kept us cloudy, damp, and dreary yesterday. It's now moving away from us. Still trying to throw some clouds our direction this morning, but eventually we'll see some breaks in the clouds. We're already seeing that as we take a look down at Towson. Starting to brighten up our sky here a little bit. Overcast still and still comfortable, still cool as you step out this morning. Mid and upper 60s and low 70s right now in all spots. As we head through the rest of the morning, we will see some breaks in the clouds, a few pops of sun. Not a bright and sunny day. I think it's more clouds than sun as we head through the afternoon. But temperatures will still warm through the 70s and get into the low 80s today. Tomorrow, it is all sun. Clear skies to start off your Friday morning. Little cool to begin, even some 50s in Carroll County. But as we head through the afternoon, low 80s to end in all spots. And that's the beginning of a nice little warm up. Low 80s today, that's as warm as it's going to get. Eventually, these pesky clouds will give way to a little bit of sun. This evening looks great if you have after school sports or maybe just grilling tonight on the back deck. It's going to be comfortable. It's going to be in the mid 70s to start and then low 70s after sunset this evening. If your plans take you out to the Maryland State Fair today, final weekend looks fantastic for the next 3 days, giving the green light to Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. If your plans take you out there Sunday, I'd go earlier over later just because we have some rain moving in during the late afternoon. Temperatures will stay consistent with the exception of Sunday. We've got lots of low 80s on our temperature trend board here, but by Sunday a little cooler because of the clouds and because of the rain moving in. And that's our next weather maker. Leading up to that, it's dry, it's bright, it's sunny all the way through Saturday. But by Sunday, we cloud up our skies. We throw in that chance for some late day showers. And then scattered showers will be the case. Monday, Tuesday, actually through next week, looking pretty unsettled. But at least it's going to stay warm and seasonable. Temperatures are exactly where they should be for this time of year, with highs in the low 80s all the way through next Wednesday. Tom, Patrice.
All right, thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Len Stroller traffic network here. And we are hearing reports of a crash 95 southbound right near Keith Avenue. Has been moved to the right shoulder. Taking a live look now from that area, you see the multiple cameras still causing you to tap the brakes as you see the red on your map there in between these cameras.
A wildlife rescue group in California is having to get creative to keep animals cool in the heat. The Wild Care Wildlife Hospital is in San Rafael, California, where temperatures have reached 110 degrees, and their building doesn't have air conditioning.
So the staff has put up sheets over all their doors and windows, and they're working in the dark now. They're also making sure the animals get plenty of water. And there are currently about 230 animals in the facility, from baby squirrels and possums, birds, raccoons, snakes, turtles. They're all receiving care.
Interesting. You would think in the wild they deal with whatever temperatures. So, okay. Well, very nice. All right. Well, thinking about finding a new job, why some economists say now is the best time to do it.
And gotta catch them all as Team Rocket is blasting off at the speed of light. Well, okay, maybe just a flight. The new aircraft that has Pokemon fans jumping for joy. Speaking of Pokemon, coffee. I choose you. Pokemon references. Sorry.
Is that a Pokemon reference? All I know is what the Charizard. That the Charizard card is worth a lot of money.
There you
all right.
go.
Charizard. I'm even saying that wrong. It's time for a coffee break. Ooh,
we should stop.
I need a big cup.
Comments.
Seven of 55 and trending now. Merriam-Webster adds new words to the dictionary with a fall fan favorite that even made the cut.
You know which one we're talking about. Pumpkin spice made the list this year. The Merriam-Webster dictionary adds new words every fall, and this time it added nearly 400 new words to its total.
What do you think about pumpkin spice being in there?
I mean, it is a common word. Everyone uses PSL. If it was just in there under PSL, I would be a little ticked.
All right. Well, so besides pumpkin spice, some of the other new terms they added were oat milk, plant-based, metaverse, which that makes sense because I think that's where we're going. That's going to need to be in there. Shrinkflation.
Shrinkflation?
That one seems like a stretch.
Yeah. I
don't know that needs to
use that one in a sentence for us there, Webster. Yeah. All right, well, if you're thinking about finding another job, speaking of shrinkflation, now may be the best time to do it and lift your pay.
A report by the Wall Street Journal says wages are increasing for workers who are changing jobs due to inflation and labor shortages. Data Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta shows workers who got a new job saw an annual raise of roughly 8.5% in July. That's up from nearly 8% in June.
However, future interest hikes could hurt the labor market, and workers just hired could be the first to be let go in the job cuts.
Well, just starting to update my resume, not anymore.
No. Third week of the Maryland State Fair starts today. If you haven't made it down to the fair, this week is your last chance because it wraps up this weekend.
Sunday, September 11th is the last day of the Maryland State Fair. It is also Fox 45 News Day. So good times. Be on the lookout because you might just run into some of your favorite Fox 45 News folks. You got your anchors, your reporters, your meteorologists, the whole crew. We'll all be out there.
And if you do go to the fair this weekend, stop by the Fox 45 tent. We want to see all of your photos and your videos. You can post them right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you could even use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click Explore tab and then chime in.
And don't they have the concerts this weekend? They've
yeah,
got Nelly out there. They've
Yeah.
got Styx. So good weekend for it. All right, Fleet Week is here, and Fox 45 is giving you an exclusive look at the celebration. Coming up next, Olivia Dance will be live from the Inner Harbor. She's got more on today's events.
Drier day today with temperatures reaching the 80s this afternoon. But our next weather maker, it's coming for you, Baltimore. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the timing in her full Weather Authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, September 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in now with meteorologist Amy Aronson and your forecast.
Yeah, a little cloudy this morning, but don't worry, sun will be back eventually. We've had a couple of cloudy days now. We're finally going to clear things out. We're saying goodbye to that pesky weather maker. We're starting off cool. Feels a little fall-like out there. Mid and upper 60s this morning. to begin your Thursday. If you're still headed out to the bus stop, maybe send the kids with a light jacket. By the afternoon, they're not going to need it. Temperatures will be warming up as we welcome back some sunshine. We see temperatures climb back through the 70s and end up in the seasonable low 80s this afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this nice dry stretch is going to last. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. It's 8:01. We have continuing coverage this morning. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the city has lifted its water boil advisory for some parts of the city and all of Baltimore County following a possible E. coli contamination.
Thousands of people in West Baltimore should still boil their tap water.
The reason there is a partial lifting and not a full lifting is that DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required bulwark advisory and remaining area.
Now, Fox 45 News is hearing from a whistleblower inside DPW who is telling us we might not be able to trust those results.
Shannon Lilly is joining us now live with that exclusive interview. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Patrice, as some people are being told that their water is now safe to drink, this employee isn't so sure about that. In fact, he's raising questions about whether the city's water tests are true tests.
To date, we have received 25 results back. All results were negative except for one location.
Yeah, in that news conference, the Director of Public Works announced that the department is now taking hourly samples of water in the affected areas. But this employee we spoke with doesn't know how accurate those results will be. He says often the tests are just not random enough.
Those locations should be random. The fact that you go back and test the same location again and again is not a truly random sample. I think I compare it to doing a poll. If you're always polling the same people, you tend to get the same answers.
Yeah, now this employee is also questioning as well why the city isn't bringing outside investigators, independent investigators in to test the water and get their own independent findings. Instead, we know, Patrice, that right now the city is doing its own testing and they're doing it in their own laboratories.
Shannon, what is the city's response to all of this?
Well, Megan, the city isn't directly responding to this employee, but we do know that the city has maintained throughout this entire investigation that they have been in complete compliance with state guidelines. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The updated interactive map is on the right-hand side of your screen there. We have it on our website, foxbaltimore.com, along with a link to search by your address.
Now, the mayor also announcing that Baltimore City residents will receive 25% off of their next water bill to make up for the inconvenience. It is not clear whether Baltimore County residents will also see a discount.
DPW is telling everyone in the affected areas to flush their water systems, and that includes running all faucets on cold for 15 minutes, starting at the bottom of your home and then working up. There will be more instructions on how to do that on DPW's website.
And bottled water distribution will still be offered until further notice. 8:04 now to a city in crisis. More of those students are returning to the classroom this morning, days after a 17-year-old student was shot and killed on school grounds. And this morning, we know that police are investigating another shooting involving a teen. This time, it happened outside of Carver Vocational Technical High School in West Baltimore. Olivia Dance joining us now with more on what happened there. Olivia.
The teen was grazed in the head by a bullet right after school, and thankfully he has non-life-threatening injuries, but this shooting is still under investigation. It all happened on Wednesday when students at Carver Vocational High School had just been dismissed. That's when they heard gunfire, and then one student felt something hit him. Residents in the area are concerned.
Firearms everywhere, everybody can get their hands on them.
It's madness, man. I mean, people from all over the city come to this area, so it could have been anybody.
This shooting is the second time in less than a week that a teen has been shot outside of Baltimore City School after classes were dismissed. On Friday, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed in the parking lot at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School. Police say it began with an argument, and a 17-year-old from another school was arrested. Now residents want the violence to end.
I think it's an outrage. They just don't care, man. They really don't.
Of course, anyone with information on yesterday's shooting is urged to call Baltimore police. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. We want to know what you think. Will mediation help curb crime in schools? So far, taking a look at the results here, looks like 95% of those who have responded and voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this.
8:06 now, a deadly shooting rampage lasting for hours, forcing Memphis residents to shelter in place is now over.
It's been a crazy few hours. Tom Rogers at our live center with the person in custody right now. Tom.
Yeah, that's right, Megan and Patrice. You see his picture right here. This is 19-year-old Ezekiel Kelly. He's now in police custody after they say he killed at least 4 people, injuring 3 others, while reportedly live streaming his ruthless attacks on Facebook. Kelly was just released from prison 6 months ago after serving just a few months for attempted murder. And police say he was arrested overnight after crashing a stolen car about 10 miles away from the University of Memphis. Right now, police are investigating at least 8 separate crime scenes in this case, which includes 7 shootings, multiple carjackings. City shutting down bus services and suspending a minor league baseball game during that manhunt. Memphis recently shaken, though, by high-profile crimes, including the murder of 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, a Memphis teacher abducted during her morning jog Friday. Police say her killer, Cleotha Abston, you see there, just made a court appearance yesterday. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Lawmakers return to Capitol Hill, and they have a long to-do list. Still ahead, the big deadline you'll need to keep an eye on.
And we are looking at a drier day ahead of us. Eventually, the sun will return before our next rain chance. That's coming at the end of the weekend. I'll explain when we'll see showers from that this weekend in just a couple of minutes. It's 8:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
An airline in Singapore is launching a new Pikachu-themed commercial jet.
There you have it. Scoot Airlines unveiling its new Pikachu Jet TR. The plane covered with Pokemon characters, not just outside, but also inside, as you see there.
All over the place. The iconic plane has about 370 seats. When boarding, passengers will receive Pokemon-themed merchandise, such as hats, pillows, lanyards. That's fun.
Yeah, but why?
That I don't know.
It's a unique aircraft. It's expected to fly for the first time on September 9th to Tokyo, Japan. It's also going to make trips to Seoul, South Korea. If you're not a big Pokemon fan, it's just kind of like, all right.
Right, but Pokemon
Random.
is such a huge thing, and it's been around for so long.
Yep.
So I think like the merchandise right there, that might be collector's item stuff.
Depends
so
on what cards you get in there.
You kind of want to jump on this flight tomorrow.
Maybe.
Or not.
A predominantly black sailing team making history in Baltimore, how it's all starting, and the goals that they are reaching toward.
And Congress is back in action after their summer break. Coming up, a look at the work needed to be done to keep the government from shutting down. 8:11 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 8:14. Congress is back from their summer break, and they have quite a bit of work to do. They need to pass a long-term or short-term spending bill by the end of the month to keep the government open. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live with this deja vu, the chance of a government shutdown. David, good morning. Here we go again. How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, deja vu all over again, right? I mean, we seem to go through this every year, and the clock is ticking. I mean, they have 11 days in September where they have votes scheduled, so there might be 3 weeks left in the month, but Congress doesn't have 3 weeks. And you're right, it's either short-term or long-term. Now, listen, they're not going to get the budget done, so they're going to have to do a temporary spending bill. And from what I'm seeing and what they're offering, really some bad ideas here because they wanted to do this through December 16th. So let's look at that date for a second. December 16th is right before Christmas. people are out, holiday shopping, Christmas shopping, and Congress is putting together, a multi-trillion-dollar spending bill. And they're going to put things in it that hopefully people won't see because they're distracted by the holidays. But Megan, I have a bigger issue with this, is that it's during a lame duck Congress. So you're going to have members of Congress who have either lost their election or have retired from Congress having an ability to put these spending items into a spending bill. So if they do a short-term spending bill, it should be until January when the new Congress is sworn in. So the lame duck Congress is a real problem, especially when it comes to spending.
David, as we look to see what might be included in this, we know the White House has asked Congress to pass additional money in an emergency supplemental bill. What do we know about this? What does that entail?
Yeah, so we know a few things about this. We know there's going to be about $50 billion they want extra, and this is on top of the regular spending bill. They want more COVID money. They're looking for, I think, $27 billion in more COVID money. Here's the problem, Megan, is that there is $800 billion that hasn't been spent from previous rounds of COVID spending. Why not spend that? And I actually looked into this, and the health agencies have $180 billion. So if they're worried about the health aspects of COVID, take that $180 billion that hasn't been spent and use that instead of spending more money so they don't have to spend more money.
Very interesting. All right, David Williams, thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
Well, it's 8:17 now. We need to get a check of our forecast as we're talking about fall weather's outside. I'm freezing in here. Didn't move my heater away. We came up quick, but it's cold.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here. I agree. I'm glad that heater's here this morning.
Yeah, it's needed inside. Outside, little cool too. I'd grab a light jacket, a sweater if you're headed out early this morning. It's also cloudy, not a lot of sunshine out there, and we can see that looking down now. Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium. More clouds than sun. Upper 60s to start. So temperatures are starting to warm, but we still have a northerly wind at 5 miles an hour, and that's that drier, cooler air working its way in. And that's all as this area of low pressure, it's out here, sitting offshore, rotates away from us. That's still pulling away from us. That's eventually going to take the clouds along with it. Right now, we are still stuck under them, but I think later today we will see some breaks in the clouds, at least briefly. And as that happens, our temperatures will warm. We make a run for the low 80s today. Tomorrow's even brighter. We have all sunshine on Friday, and as a result, our temperatures are even warmer and in the low 80s. As we get into the weekend, we start off that way, nice and dry Saturday, but come Sunday, here come the clouds and here comes the rain chance. That's our next weather maker off to our west. That's what's going to spread in as we head through the afternoon on Sunday and take us into early next week. You've got 4 days left to check out the Maryland State Fair. If you're headed out over the next 3 days, you are in good shape. It's going to be fantastic, especially Friday and Saturday. Sunday, I'd go earlier over later because during the afternoon, we are tracking that chance for some showers. With the showers and the clouds, it's not going to be quite as warm, with highs in the upper 70s that day. Meanwhile, in the tropics, we have Earl, a Category 2 hurricane. It's strengthening and going to become our first major hurricane of the season within the next 24 hours. But if you take note of its current track, it's well off the East Coast, not having any direct impacts on us. Will send us some rough surf at our beaches this weekend. And that's not the only tropical concern. We have 2 more areas we're monitoring here. The one highlighted in yellow, small chance for development, a much higher chance for the area highlighted in red. And we are just a couple days away now from the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. If we see any development there, the next name on the list would be Fiona. So we are moving down the list now as we near the peak of the season. No immediate tropical concerns for us, though. We are seeing temperatures into the low 80s as we get into the weekend. Briefly cooler on Sunday as that rain chance moves back in. I think our highest chance for scattered showers comes Monday into Tuesday, but temperatures will stay right around normal. That keeps us in the low 80s with more rain chances all the way through midweek next week. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking now at your Lindstoller traffic network, here is a look at the traffic map. You're seeing some yellow throughout the map because there are some slowdowns throughout the inner and outer loop. So give yourself some time if you're heading out. 8:20 now. Baltimore is getting its first predominantly black sailing team with the goal of competing in one of the oldest and most prestigious sailing competitions in the world.
African Diaspora Maritime is looking to assemble a group of sailors here in Baltimore to compete in the America's Cup. State leaders supporting the effort say the training programs for young sailors will also help them teach them valuable life skills.
Fleet Week is here, and the fun is Explosive. Still ahead this morning, we're putting the Naval Explosive Ordnance Disposal robots to work.
And we're at Fort McHenry this morning. Defenders Day celebrations are on and popping. We'll tell you everything you need to know about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 8:23 and it is so Baltimore. This weekend is special because it commemorates the successful defense of the city in 1814.
Defenders Day celebrations are back with a bang, apparently. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is at Fort McHenry on the historic shrine. He's got a look ahead at the weekend's events. You're in character. You're feeling the moment, Mark.
That's right, and notice my chapeau is over my right eye. You know, Ranger Shannon said this is the proper for the Americans over the right eye, the British straight on, and the French sideways.
Yeah, you were styling correctly.
See?
Right, you're looking like the Americans. You got it right. They do it with a little panache, you know?
So Ranger Shannon this is the kind of information you get when you come to Fort McKenzie and get a chance to see this amazing presentation.
Yeah, actually, it's a lot more than that. We don't just do fashion advice. I'm a park ranger, you know I can't do that. But when you come out this weekend, if you come out for Defenders Day, there's a lot you're going to learn. There's a lot you're going to enjoy. You, the family, everybody. So you just, come on down Saturday morning. We're going to have, or Saturday throughout the day, we're going to have events that you will have historic weapons demonstrations performed by the Fort McHenry Guard. We'll have fife and drum music. We'll have ranger talks talking about the defenders from the War of 1812 here. So we're going to talk about their lives. It's a great time to come out and enjoy the park. And then if you're here, you want to stay throughout the evening, grab your picnic blanket, and you can go out there on the East Lawn, bring your picnic, bring your family, bring your friends, whoever you want. And you can hang out in your hometown national park and enjoy the U.S. Army field bands giving a concert. Presidential salute battery is going to back them up for a mock bombardment.
Wow.
And then that's closed out with fireworks. So it's a great way to spend a September evening just out on the grounds. The concert's free in the evening, and then throughout the day, as I said, you can enjoy your national park.
So it's the first time in a couple years. So should people go online and get reserved now? What's the best way to approach this?
Well, absolutely. You don't need to reserve at all.
Okay.
But to make a plan, you want to plan like a ranger. Make sure you've got everything together, right? So you just go to our website at nps.gov/FOMC. You'll find all the information you need there about parking, about what you can bring into the park. Basically everything you need to know, the schedule of events, all of it's there. Their parking is limited, so if you can grab a bus or a bike or just stroll on down here, you're welcome to do that. Awesome. And I'd say, since it's a nice summer evening, grab a snowball on the way and settle in for a great time.
It doesn't get any better than that. I mean, you're learning, enjoying, participating. It's a great day, great evening here.
I already learned something about I know. Well, I didn't know it was called the chapeau, and I didn't know how you wore it meant something. So
it looks good. Mark, I'll tell you what, this might be you now.
I'm bringing the chapeau back, baby.
All right. We're going to put some more information on how you can wear a chapeau. Go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, the rain is gone, and that means the drier weather is here, at least until the weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson has a look at your full weekend forecast. That is coming up.
And new information about what the FBI may have been after while raiding North Avenue last month. Project Baltimore reports it might be linked to a story first reported on 2 years ago. Time now is 8:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, September 8th. I'm Megan Dillon.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like we're going to have a great weekend to get outside and enjoy what we have. Fleet Week and the flyovers.
Right.
We have the State Fair going on. Plus, I think there's a football game happening this weekend.
Something like that. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast and what to expect.
Yeah, if only the football game were a home game, then we'd have too much happening. But yeah, lots happening this weekend either way. We are starting off cloudy this morning, but I promise we're going to say goodbye to the clouds just in time for all the weekend festivities. Starting off cool this morning, lots of 60s all around the map here, some 70s starting to pop up. If you've got to get your dog out for a walk still, or maybe you want to squeeze in a jog or a run, we're in good shape. Eventually, we should see some sun break through the pesky clouds, and that's going to bring our temperatures up from the 60s to the 70s, actually to the mid-70s by the end of the morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will talk all about your weekend weather, and I'll let you know what that means for whatever you have planned this weekend. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Today, we are learning more about what the FBI may have been after when it raided Baltimore City School headquarters last month.
Now, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is joining us to discuss how Fox 45 News investigation from 2 years ago is involved. Chris.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Megan. You guys remember 2 years ago we did these stories on the A7FL. This is a football league, a 7-on-7 football league, a national football league that has about 20 teams across the country from California to New Jersey. And 2 years ago we had done a story that the league was using Dunbar High School's football field without getting the proper permitting fees to use it. And they did that for 5 years. Well, what we have found out is the FBI, from sources familiar with the situation, are telling us they're looking into that situation because the deal that A7FL used to use Dunbar's football field was a deal they made with Lawrence Smith, who we now know is somebody the FBI is looking into, which was part of the raid from last month. And what Project Baltimore has been able to learn is that the deal, and this was the deal, the A7FL could use Dunbar's football field for free. In return, ticket sales and concession sales could be kept by Clear Path Athletics, which was operated by Lawrence Smith. So there's 3 revenue streams here that are not going to the kids of Baltimore City. There's the permits to use the field, food sales, and the ticket sales, and we're asking, which we think the FBI is also asking, where did the money go for those 5 seasons? Because the games were certainly generating revenue.
Chris, you also uncovered, though, something recently where that organization closed at one point, right? And the money was still going. They were still using the facilities.
Sure. There's a lot that we can see here, a lot of unanswered questions. So we know that the Clear Path Athletics only operated for 2 years, from 2015 to 2017, and they opened just before, like weeks before the A7FL started playing at Dunbar's field. In 2017, Lawrence Smith shut down the organization, and that was the deal that apparently they had made with the A7FL, was to use the field. But then the A7FL kept using the field for 2 or 3 more seasons after Clear Path Athletics shut down. So the question here is, we know a deal was made. We know the deal was between the A7FL and Clear Path Athletics and Lawrence Smith. We know that monies were generated. We don't know how much. We also don't know where those monies were going, but we do know the money initially was going to Lawrence Smith, and the money never made it to the school. So this is money over 5 years that was generated by these games at the field, and Lawrence Smith, as the head football coach of Dunbar and the school resource officer, did not have the authority to rent out that field.
Yeah, Chris Papps, thank you.
Thank you.
8:34, and from our live center now this morning, the Fairview, California wildfire just exploding overnight. Let's take a closer look as we zoom in right here. You can see exactly where it's located. This is southeast of Los Angeles in Riverside County. Now, this morning, some new estimates show the blaze has now quadrupled in size from what it was this same time yesterday. We know evacuation areas are expanding overnight. In the fire, you can see only 5% contained. There is relief coming to parts of Southern California, but unfortunately this could pose some new problems. We're talking about Hurricane K, which is forecasted to ride up Mexico's Baja California peninsula before weakening and then veering away from the U.S. It's expected to be close enough, though, to bring some much-needed rain this weekend, maybe even a little too much rain, posing a possible flood and mudslide threat. Until then, near record heat. Just can't catch a break for the state once again today. Expected to tax the energy grid. We've been taking a look. PG&E actually saying thank you to the customers who stepped up to conserve energy as they look to have others continue to do so in the future. That is the very latest from the Live Center here this morning.
Fleet Week is underway, and right now I'm wearing a bomb suit which protects Navy EOD technicians. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit more about this, and we're also going to be showing some really cool technology, so be sure to stick around.
Oh, and she is excited because it's a lot cooler today. Olivia in there with that bomb suit on. A drier day ahead, highs in the low 80s until Saturday. Meteorologist Amy Aronson has a look at the weather maker on its way for the beginning of next week. 8:35 is your time.
.38 on this Thursday morning. We are looking at a pleasant day ahead of us. Still starting off with some leftover clouds this morning, but eventually we should see some breaks in the clouds and some sun appear, and that's going to bring our temperatures up. Yesterday was a cooler fall-like day. Today we should end up back in the low 80s. Now this trend will continue over the next couple of days. It's going to be drier, and we're going to see more and more sun before our next weather maker gets here. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll show you exactly when that weather maker arrives and what it means for your weekend plans. Megan, Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now our coverage on Fleet Week continues from, well, explosive ordnance disposal team.
Olivia Dans joining us live from the Inner Harbor with a quick demo. Olivia, how does that feel on? I know that's like a bomb uniform.
Guys, this thing is heavy. It weighs 70 pounds. Yeah, this is a bomb suit, and it helps to protect Navy EOD technicians. So this thing's heavy. I really don't know how they do it. But right now, I'm joined by Master Chief Steve Rivers. Hello. He is a Baltimore native, so welcome home. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And you're going to show us some pretty cool technology, right? So
absolutely.
Talk to me about what this is and what it does.
So I'm joined by a group of sailors here. We have Navy divers and EOD technicians from Explosive Ordnance Disposal Group 2 in Virginia Beach. So these guys we're going to show you some technology, kind of highlight how the Navy leverages technology to combat problems across the world. So first we have a KM37 dive helmet. It enables our Navy divers to dive up to 300 feet all over the world to take care of any problems that there are, any issues that we may encounter. Secondly, we got a couple of EOD robots going on here. Basically, these robots would be an extension of our EOD technicians, leverage technology to go down and figure out problems, find stuff out without putting our sailors in danger. So you're looking at a small first look. This robot weighs approximately 6 pounds. It's designed to be thrown into a building and drop from approximately 16 feet so we can look and see what's going on before we send people in.
And this is incredible here. Can we talk a little bit about this robot as well? It's about to pick up a water bottle, it looks like.
Yeah, so it's called the SUG-V, the Small Unmanned Ground Vehicle. It's a 30-pound robot. We have one of our EOD technicians operating right now. Super cool technology developed about a decade ago. Allows our personnel to investigate problems and render safe ordnance problems from a remote location. So super cool technology. Our guys, you can see back here, Super N80 has an Xbox controller, an eye display. Absolutely awesome. Awesome technology.
Now, Fleet Week is a great opportunity for Baltimore to meet our servicemen and women, the real-life heroes. So what else do you guys have in store for residents this week?
So first of all, we're super excited. Being a Baltimore resident, super pumped to be here, my team as well. We're going to be out here at the Fleet Week Festival Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We have a couple school engagements today. Just super pumped to get out, meet with the community, and kind of show the people of Baltimore what we do in the Navy.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us and showing us all this awesome equipment. I'll send it back to you guys, but coming up at 9 o'clock, we're going to show you a little bit more of this technology as well.
You don't get off that easy.
Yeah, no. Like, are you going to dismantle a bomb or what? Like, you've got the suit on.
I feel like it. And okay, I got to tell you guys something. They told me that some of these guys do 5Ks with these suits on. I can barely walk, so I can't even imagine doing a 5K.
I just think it's so
incredible.
Let's just see how far you could go.
I wouldn't make it.
Wow, impressive stuff they do. Olivia, thank you. Well, the Maryland State Fair is back for its last weekend, and it all starts today. Still to come, the special guest that you might run into later in the weekend.
And are you Team Apple or Android? Well, if you're Team Apple, and we have some great news for you as you're upgrading again this year. Android users don't have to do that. But after the break, their latest release. Tom, how are you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning, Tom. How are you?
Hey, has it been really a year?
It's been a year. Actually, I think I was on April, but we
did. Okay, that's what I was thinking, because I'm like, I know that we've chatted since then, because I was saying something about bringing 401ks, turning them sexy or something like that, but that was a year ago, because I'm like,
that was a year ago.
I know we spoke since then. All right, good.
Yeah, and then Traffic Jam Jimmy was going to a retirement party right before. So the segment before, he's talking about going to a retirement party, and then it was ours. It was perfect. It was a great segue.
Yeah, that's right. All right, yeah. So wait a minute. You're in Sparks. Do you have? I know that you have children, right?
I do. Yeah. I have one that just started at Loyola grade, and then I've got one at Carroll Manor.
Oh, no way. All right, Carroll Manor.
Yes.
We're at Hereford, so our club teams play against each other every once in a while, HLC and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Good. How old are your kids?
Well, now tomorrow I've got a 19-year-old and then a 15-year-old, so he's over at Hereford High School.
Okay, it's a great school. Yeah, I have a couple friends that teach up there.
Oh, yeah? All right.
Yeah.
Who do you have? Who do you know?
Do you know Erin Norton? She's a dance teacher.
No. Yeah, I don't know that one.
And then there's another teacher that's starting as a new gym teacher. So I think she's working with
Oh, yeah, the new gym teacher. I heard about the new gym teacher.
Sarah Brown.
All right, well, good. Well, then, all right, so we're coming back. We'll be about 25 seconds. We'll be live when we come back. All right, Tom?
Sounds good.
Thank you. 8:45 and trending now. Americans are finding ways to save, especially as we experience inflation frustration. One way to make sure your money goes further is with your retirement plan. Tomorrow, get this, is actually National 401k Day. Tom Sprayfry, certified financial planner, professional at Heritage Financial Consultants, shares how we can take action and get retirement ready. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Tom. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. It's been a year already. Last year we were talking about this. Some improvements, major changes, though, have happened over the last year as we keep seeing interest rates go up. And we're talking about, you know what, the 401ks seem to be dropping here. How do we stay the course?
We stay the course. Look, we just had Labor Day, which we celebrated working, right? We're going to end the week celebrating retirement. But what happens on Labor Day? We have all these Labor Day sales. So I would like to think of the market being down as we're having right now. We're having a Labor Day sale. Let's take advantage of it. It's an excellent opportunity, especially for those long-term investors. So don't take a peek at that statement. Don't look at the app all the time. Be focused really on that long term.
Yeah, and that's really it, though. I mean, I remember back in 2006 or 2008, every time you look at your 401k, you just start laughing at it. And then since then, we've had some downs, and they've been back up even further than what we saw. But so don't look at the 401k. Just know, do we do any adjustments now, though, or is it too late to kind of change things from stock market to maybe some bonds?
Well, I would say this: the adjustments that I would make, and back to like National 401k Day, is think about saving more. So again, back to my theme: if the market is lower, if we can buy more dollars, and again, I know it's tough right now with inflation and everything's higher, but if we can sacrifice more today and put it in, we're going to be buying more shares, and in the long run, we're going to be better off. So I don't think that we need to make a lot of adjustments in the portfolio. Again, quite frankly, there's nowhere to hide this year. Stocks are down, bonds are down. But the adjustment that I would make is finding more money, get more money put into the plan, and that's gonna be the best thing that you can possibly do.
Tom, one of the things that you have on the list here of ways to keep your 401k active, though, is keep investment election simple. Tell me about that.
So what that means is really don't get in there and overcomplicate it. Don't go in and pick, there's some 401ks that have 15 different options, and I see people who literally put a small percentage in each 15 different option. You don't need to do that. Okay. In today's world, there are target risk funds, which have kind of a defined allocation, and there's also target date funds. And so, really the target date funds are most popular, where you're going to pick kind of the year closest to when you're going to retire. So it might be 20 years out, and it's the 2025 fund. That fund is going to have an allocation today. It's going to be a little bit more aggressive, but as you get closer to retirement, there's going to be a glide path that's going to become more conservative, more income oriented. It's really simple. They'll do the diversification for you. So love the idea of keeping it simple.
Yeah, keeping it simple, and then always chatting with your financial planners. Spend a little bit of money to save a lot of money in your future. Tom Sprayfry, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for having me, Tom.
Yeah, I know you'll be partying for 401k Day tomorrow, right?
Absolutely. All day. We're starting early, just like for your retirement. Start early.
That's right. Always thinking about the future. Thank you, Tom.
What does a 401k party look like?
That's the man to ask right there.
I think it could get wild.
Yeah, put it, just putting money into a piggy bank, right?
I love it. And maybe we could do it outside. We're going to take a look at the forecast here this morning now.
Yeah, in fact, Amy, great weekend ahead for us.
Yeah, great weekend for whatever you want to do outside. At least here, if you're traveling to the West Coast, it is still brutally hot there. They are covered in that pink stuff still. That's their excessive heat warning. They also have a hurricane on the way. Hurricane K is off the coast of Mexico. That's going to slide up the coast, actually send them some rain that they really need right now since they are battling dozens of of wildfires. For us here on the East Coast, we are keeping a watchful eye on Hurricane Earl. Fortunately, that is pushing away from the East Coast, won't be a concern for us. And that area of low pressure that sent us some rain yesterday and the clouds yesterday, that's also pulling away from us. Behind that, we're actually seeing clearing skies, and that's going to be the trend here as we get into the weekend. Actually, right now, looking down at York Road in Tallahassee, you can see some sun trying to break through the clouds already this morning, and that's bringing our temperatures up. Upper 60s, low 70s right now. Still feels fantastic. It's going to feel comfortable today. It's not hot. It's not humid. Temperatures actually end up right around normal. That brings us into the upper 70s, low 80s. We will be in and out of the clouds today. It's not going to be completely bright and sunny. But by the time we get into your Friday, I think it will be. We clear out our skies. We start off in the mid-60s, mid-50s in some areas, actually north and west of Baltimore. But then we all end up in the low 80s. That's Friday afternoon. Friday looking fantastic. Today, not bad either. Clouds do continue to give way to some sun. Highs end up in the very pleasant low 80s today. Tonight, for grilling plans or whatever you have planned this evening, it's still comfortable. Upper 70s to begin, low 70s to end under partly cloudy skies. If your plans take you out to the Maryland State Fair over the next 3 days, looks fantastic. I'm giving it the green light through Saturday. Sunday, yellow light, and that's because I am tracking some rain by the afternoon. I'd say head out earlier over later if your plans take you there on Sunday. Temperatures will be pretty consistent all the way through the next 5 days. Lots of low 80s, and that's exactly where we should be. We're briefly in the upper 70s on Sunday, and that's just because we're tracking the clouds plus that next weather maker. So that next weather maker does arrive on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. We see some showers from that. I think most of the rain with that holds off until Monday into Tuesday. That means it is unsettled for the week ahead, but temperatures will stay right around where they should be. We are in the low 80s with more showers actually all the way through next Wednesday. And now let's take a look at the view through your window. This is Bronx, who's actually ready for back to school. Dogs can go back to school too, I guess, right? So love seeing your pictures, and we want to see more of your pictures. To send them your pictures through your window, just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can actually scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. The third week of the Maryland State Fair starts today. And if you haven't made it to the fair, this week is your last chance, and it wraps up this weekend.
In fact, Sunday, September 11th, the last day of the Maryland State Fair, so be on the lookout because you could meet your favorite Fox 45 news anchors, reporters, and meteorologists on Fox 45 Day.
And if you go to the fair this weekend, we'd love to see it. You can send in your pictures and your videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in. Apple releases its latest iPhone, Watch, and AirPod models in California.
Now, the company debuting several new devices at yesterday's event called Apple Far Out. Well, new products include the Apple Watch Series 8 featuring new battery life settings, crash detection, and a temperature sensor to help track women's health.
Interesting. Well, the Apple Watch SE and Apple Watch Ultra also get an upgrade with activity tracking, heart rate notifications, and emergency SOS features. I feel like my watch now does that.
Right.
Interesting. Well, AirPods are also getting longer battery life updates and new touch controls to adjust volumes. Always something new. Apple's biggest draw, the iPhone. It's getting 4 new models. Count them up. We've got the 14, the 14 Plus, the 14 Pro, and the 14 Pro Max.
I think my watch right now that I'm wearing, the Samsung, does everything that just said.
Tom likes the Androids. I like them both. I have I have no pick other than my family FaceTimes to see the grandkids. So that's
you
the
get
only
bullied
reason.
into doing that
I
with
do.
Apple people. Yeah,
but
I know.
They're both fine.
Yeah, they are.
A new spotlight on Maryland. Arts and artists still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. The evergreen exhibits that you can check out year-round and the ones you'll need to rush to for a short period of time.
Oh, Maryland Fleet Week is back and better than ever. Robots, too. Come on, look at this. Still ahead this morning, the events that put you right in the front seat of some of the most exciting jobs within the Navy.
But first, we are sailing into this Friday Eve.
Yeah, and saluting a coffee break. It's supposed to happen.
Are you
doing that right now, that piece of art?
Yes, Brad. Yeah.
That is awesome.
Zooming.
I'll have you do that during the interview, too. $8:56, topping your morning business report. UPS is looking to hire some 100,000 seasonal workers ahead of the holiday season. In an effort to streamline the process, UPS says it is now practicing a digital-first process. And this means that no interviews and a job offer for most roles in as little as 25 minutes. UPS says people can apply online starting this month. United Airlines is threatening to drop service to New York's JFK Airport next month if the FAA does not grant the carrier more flight times. In an email to employees, United says that it needs more slots on the airport in order to compete with rival carriers. The airline has reportedly written to the FAA asking for more capacity. Right now, United is flying just 2 times a day to San Francisco and Los Angeles from JFK. Well, tired of the daily squabble over who needs your car's cup holder more? Genevieve Gorder has a solution to help keep the peace and save you money in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, I have a product that solves a pet peeve so many of us have when we jump in our car. The cup holder that isn't big enough to hold your cup, your water bottle, your coffee. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is the solution. This is the Cup Captain from Sharper Image. It's a 2-in-1 cup holder that rotates 360 degrees and doubles your storage space. You just twist to fit any size cup holder right here, and it locks it in place so nothing will tip. Now, here's my favorite part. You know, you all have this water bottle that doesn't fit in the cup holder, and it rolls around on the ground, on your lap. It's annoying. This will adjust to fit large or small. So gone are the days of your water bottle falling on the floor and clanking around. This expands and contracts to fit any size cup, just right. And the great news is that it's not just for drinks. The Cup Captain is perfect for all kinds of things. It holds food containers, tablets right here, even your wallet. We all have these organizational systems for our desks, our nightstands, our kitchens, our closets. Why wouldn't we have that same approach to an area we spend so much time in? Our cars. It's perfect for kids in the back holding their snacks and their tablets. And we're offering 25% off today, you guys. And it's a 2-pack. To take advantage of this deal and save money, go to asadeals.com.
from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, September 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Amy Aronson and our Friday Eve forecast.
Yeah, looking ahead to more sunshine eventually. A little cloudy still this morning, but at least we're done with the rain from yesterday. And you can see that on the radar behind me. Looks nice and empty. Temperatures are off to a really comfy start again this morning. We're starting off kind of fall-like. We've got upper 60s, low 70s now. Early on this Thursday morning. As we head through the rest of the day, it's going to be drier. The bright sunshine is back on Friday, and then our next weather maker is coming by the end of the weekend. Late Sunday, we see some showers from that, and that takes us into a more unsettled week ahead. But before we get to that point, the weekend looks awesome, at least to get started. Tomorrow and Saturday, fantastic. Tons of sunshine, no real heat, no real humidity. Instead, we'll enjoy the very pleasant low 80s. But then I am throwing in that risk for showers by Sunday. I'll let you know exactly what that means for all your outdoor weekend plans in 10 minutes. Patrice, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. 9 o'clock and topping your national news headlines. The Secretary of State making a surprise visit to Ukraine, announcing a new $2 billion package in military aid.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill this morning with the developments as the White House is asking Congress for more emergency funding. Atra.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. So Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that half of this new $2 billion foreign military financing will go toward Ukraine, and the rest will actually be divided up among neighboring countries that are at risk of future Russian aggression. And this comes as Ukrainian fighters launch a counteroffensive aiming to take back the key city of Kherson from the Russians by the end of this year. And it also comes as the White House, like you said, pushing Congress to approve about $47 billion for urgent causes like aid to Ukraine, but also COVID and monkeypox, and for states hit by extreme weather like Kentucky and California. And this is playing into lawmakers' budget talks right now. It's a critical time of year, as any September is here on Capitol Hill, as they are working on their annual deal to keep the federal government funded past September 30th, the end of the fiscal year. Now, the White House's request for that emergency aid is getting significant pushback from Republicans. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, most prominently, his home state of Kentucky, by the way, devastated by flooding, is actually downplaying the need for funding to go there, but he did say Ukrainian aid is a priority.
Well, you know, speaking of Russia, Atra, President Vladimir Putin confirming plans to meet with the president of China next week. What are you learning about that?
So the West is watching this closely amid tensions over Taiwan and, of course, the war in Ukraine. Putin and Xi are set to meet in Uzbekistan for 2 days of talks starting a week from today. And this would actually be part of Xi's first foreign trip since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic 2.5 years ago. The U.S. and its allies have serious concerns, as we've been reporting, about China helping Russia evade Western sanctions, potentially forming a military alliance, and China in general counteracting efforts by much of the world to make Russia a pariah state. And for months, there's also been questions about whether China knew in advance about the timing of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And as we've been reporting, relations between China and the U.S. are worsening following a more than $1 billion arms package sale from the U.S. to Taiwan and those high-profile congressional delegations to Taiwan. But all eyes will be on Putin and Xi's talks next week. And, you know, trying to read the tea leaves if there's any statements like the ones the leaders made earlier this year proclaiming their friendship had, quote-unquote, no limits. Back to you.
All right, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, today's number of the day touches on our country's economy. 57% of voters say the United States is currently in a recession. Less than a fifth say we aren't, and a fourth aren't sure. The Scott Rasmussen National Survey also finds that only 24% of voters say the U.S. economy is getting better. More than half agree it is getting worse.
Well, we have continuing coverage this morning. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the city has lifted its water boil advisory for some parts of the city and all of Baltimore County following a possible E. coli contamination.
Thousands of people in West Baltimore, though, should still boil their tap water.
The reason there is a partial lifting and not a full lifting is that DPW is awaiting analytical data from the laboratory to confirm that there is no E. coli in the samples taken within the required boil water advisory and remaining area.
Well, now Fox 45 News is hearing from a whistleblower inside DPW who is telling us that we might not be able to trust those results.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with that exclusive interview. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Patrice, as some people are being told that their water is now safe to drink, this employee is not so sure about that. In fact, he is questioning whether the water tests being done by the city are true tests.
To date, we have received 25 results back. All results were negative except for one location.
Well, in that news conference, the director of Public Works announced that the department is now taking hourly samples of water in the affected areas. But this employee we spoke with doesn't know how accurate those results will be. He says often the tests just are not random enough.
Those locations should be random. The fact that you go back and test the same location again and again is not a truly random sample. I think I compare it to doing a poll. If you're always polling the same people, you tend to get the same answers.
Yeah, so he's also questioning why investigators independent of the city are not being called to come in and do their own sampling and get independent results, because we know right now, Patrice and Megan, that the city is the one doing the testing in their own laboratories.
Shannon, what is the city's response to this?
Well, Megan, the city isn't really directly responding to this employee's concerns, but they have maintained that throughout this entire investigation, they have been in complete compliance with state guidelines. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. The updated interactive map is on the right-hand side of your screen there. We have it on our website as well, foxbaltimore.com, along with a link to search by your address.
The mayor also announcing Baltimore City residents will receive 25% off their next water bill to make up for the inconvenience. It is not clear whether Baltimore County residents will also see that discount.
DPW is telling everyone in the affected areas to flush their water systems, and that includes running all faucets on cold for 15 minutes, starting at the bottom of your home and then working up. There will be more instructions on how to do that on DPW's website.
And bottled water distribution will still be offered until further notice.
Now, our coverage of Fleet Week continues from with the explosive ordnance disposal team.
Sounds like such a big job. Olivia Dance is joining us live from the Inner Harbor, and she's got a quick demo. And my goodness, Olivia,
you added a helmet.
Good. Yeah, guys, I'm wearing a bomb suit right now. This thing is heavy. It's hot. I really don't know how they do it. This protects Navy EOD technicians. And right now I'm joined by Master Chief Steve Rivers, who is a Baltimore native. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Tell people more about the suit that I'm wearing, other than it weighs 70 pounds. We know that.
So we've got Olivia fully dressed out this time, fully with the helmet. So it's the EOD-10 bomb suit, weighs approximately 70 pounds. It's designed to protect EOD technicians if they have to go down range and deal with ordnance, IEDs, and any kind of explosive hazard. So 70 pounds, we're looking at protection against blast overpressure and fragmentation. You can see it is a little cumbersome, so a lot of work, a lot of practice to get good with it and kind of use it and do what we're supposed to do downrange.
Absolutely, and it's very heavy. I really don't know how you guys wear this, but you also have some other cool technology here to show us. This is robotic technology, so can we get a demonstration of this? Right now I just picked up a water bottle.
So we're looking at what we call the SUG-V, the Small Unmanned Ground Vehicle. It's just one example of our system of robots that we use incorporating technology to keep EOD technicians safe. So a dangerous situation, we would use these robotics to go down range, explore, and render safe before we'd have to send someone in the bomb suit like you're wearing. So we incorporate technology very heavily, and that's just one of the things the Navy really does really well.
Really, really cool. And I know that Fleet Week is an exciting time for everyone to meet our servicemen and women. What else do you guys have in store for Baltimore residents this week?
So a lot. So we'll be at 2 schools today. So we're going to be doing engagement with students at 2 different schools in the area. Super pumped about that. And then we'll be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, hopefully meeting a lot of Baltimore natives and kind of showing what we do, and more people in the bomb suit like you.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. I got to get out of this thing. I am dying in here, but thank you so much. And all this is so awesome. I'm sure everyone is so excited to see it. Back to you guys.
Oh, impressive. Thanks, Olivia. It's So Baltimore. This weekend, celebrate Baltimore's oldest holiday.
Talking about Defenders Day, and it commemorates the anniversary of the successful defense of Baltimore. That was back in 1814, and the writing of the nation's national anthem.
B1 Lifestyle host Mark Clark is at Fort McHenry, the historic shrine. He's got all the weekend's events for us. You've got the music, you've got the hat, you've got it all. You've been there, done that. He's got a bomb.
That's right. I got it all right. This is the rammer, and so this hat signifies that I would be doing this.
Yep.
Right? Ranger Shannon?
You got some gold there. This is artillery. So, yeah, you've got an 18-pound ball in your hand. You got the rammer. We're here on the water battery. This is actually where the sailors and some militia were serving during the battle.
And you were saying that actually people are surprised at how close close the ships were.
Yeah, if you can imagine being on this deck right where we are, and you look out toward the Key Bridge now, that's 4 miles away from us.
Wow.
So if you look about there, you're going to see halfway to that bridge is as close as those Royal Navy ships were. So the Etna, the Terror, the Devastation, Volcano, and Meteor, just out there, and the bombs they were firing right where we're standing weighed about 200 pounds, and they're going right over our heads.
And this weekend, people can actually see that it's going down.
Well, not the battle, but they can come down here. No, but you know, you got it right. The power of place being exactly where this happens. You're standing exactly where those sailors were, where those soldiers were. When you come here, that power of place is really, really important. And so you can look down the river and imagine. And actually, you know, when we're here for Defenders Day, you can come down and watch those historic weapons demonstrations, so then you can smell the black powder the way that those soldiers would. We're going to be cooking, so you can smell some of the type of food they'd have available in the garrison. And, you know, we'll have demonstrations throughout the day to really bring the fort to life. So it's a great time to come down and learn, and then, you know, you use that imagination, you can conjure up a wonderful image. But the other thing to keep in mind for Defenders Day is we're talking about a time when you have Baltimoreans on these decks, up on those bastions, coming together to protect their homes.
Wow, look at that, man. Baltimore is something else. This is going to be so amazing. And so it's back. Defenders Day is back.
That she painted there, that's what Francis Scott Key saw when he wrote the national anthem, right where what you're seeing there, Mark. It's crazy.
Isn't it amazing?
A lot of history.
Right. Well, thank you, Mark. You can get out there, take it all in for yourself. The information is all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, Joe Flacco helped lead the Ravens to a Super Bowl, but now he is public enemy number one. Coming up, what Lamar Jackson has to say about going up against his one-time mentor.
And coming up next, we are heading to the Howard County Arts Festival to learn more about the beautiful artwork made right here in Maryland. Wait till you see the artwork that's happening here in studio. 9/11 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Someone did a typo. Can you stick this up through your shirt for me? Oh.
And you are Denise, correct? Hi, Denise. I'm Megan. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
And is it Matic Krupa?
Matuk Krupa.
Oh boy.
Like Ma took the kids to school?
Yep.
Like Ma?
9:25, a deadly shooting rampage lasting for hours and forcing Memphis residents to shelter in place is now over.
We have Tom Rogers from our live center with the person in custody right now. Tom.
Yeah, this is him right here. This is 19-year-old Ezekiel Kelly. He's now in police custody after they say he killed at least 4 people, injured 3 others, while reportedly live streaming this ruthless attack on Facebook. Kelly was just released from prison 6 months ago after serving a few months for attempted murder charges. And police say he was arrested overnight after crashing a stolen vehicle about 10 miles away from the University of Memphis. Right now, police are investigating at least 8 separate crime scenes in this case, which includes 7 shootings and multiple carjackings. Now, the city shutting down bus services and suspending a minor league baseball game during that manhunt. Memphis recently shaken, though, by high-profile crimes, including the murder of 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, a Memphis teacher abducted just during a morning jog Friday. Police say her killer, Cleotha Abston, you see right there, just made his court appearance yesterday. Now, also happening live this morning, we want to take you to Scotland. This is where Queen Elizabeth is being monitored for her health at her Balmoral, Scotland estate, as her doctors say she's comfortable. Now, reports say that her son, though, and her grandchildren are making their way to visit her, and they just started putting up blockades right there in front of these gates to keep people that are showing up, the media showing up in front of these gates. So we'll continue to obviously monitor this from your live center. Back to you.
Wow, that sounds serious. Thank you, Tom. Drier today with temperatures climbing to the 80s, but our next weather maker is already heading toward Baltimore. Amy Aronson is tracking the timing in her full Weather Authority forecast.
A 5-day event for potential home buyers underway right now at the Baltimore Convention Center. Coming up, the controversy that's led up to this event.
WBFF in Baltimore. This is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check right in with meteorologist Amy Aronson and our forecast.
Yeah, we are starting off a little cloudy, but we are going to brighten things up, especially as we head through the day today. Already temperatures are off to a really nice start. Lots of upper 60s and low 70s now sprinkled around the map here. As we head through the rest of the afternoon, clouds will give way to a little bit of sun and temperatures will warm. We are back into the low 80s today. And this is kicking off a drier stretch. So coming up in just about 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long it lasts and when I am tracking our next weather maker. Patrice, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Happening this morning, offering a dream home, but the debate endures. Is it a dream or a scam?
This morning, NACA's Achieve the Dream is starting today and it runs through Monday. But earlier this year, tension boiled over between a Baltimore City Council member and the group that is putting on this housing event in the city.
I have been working in this field for 30 years.
Mr. Marks.
I am the
Mr. Marks. Oh, Councilwoman.
I just did.
Mr. Marks.
Well, now Councilwoman Ramos there is warning Baltimoreans not to go to this week's housing event.
Shannon Lilly is live outside the convention center. She's got more on that heated debate. Shannon.
Yeah, Patrice, this so-called dream event underway right now inside the Baltimore Convention Center, and it's for people looking to become homeowners. You can see that lots of people are already here. We know that more than 7,000 people are expected to be here over the next 5 days. They're all getting one-on-one counseling from the group NACA, which is HUD approved and promotes what it calls the best deal out there for low to moderate income families seeking homeownership. But this event hasn't been without some controversy. In fact, you'll remember back in April that tense city council meeting we showed you. Well, it ended with Councilwoman Odette Ramos warning people against this very group and telling them not to come today.
Since the disaster of a hearing in April, we've learned a lot more about this organization. A lot of people reached out to me saying that, you know, they've been waiting for a long time. All the appointments always get canceled to try to, you know, get their house and, you know, sometimes getting, you know, not so great deals.
Well, we're speaking with NACA Chief Executive Bruce Marks today, who has a very different story. He says he and hundreds others came out back in April to urge City Council to sell thousands of vacant properties in the city directly to home buyers so NACA can give the financing to be able to do renovations. He says it could greatly help the Baltimore community, keeping people from moving out of the city and even lowering crime rates, which we have seen have been tied to these vacant homes. Mark says that Ramos's warning about NACA isn't about policy, but more of a personal vendetta.
So we had about 700 people come, and it was peaceful, absolutely peaceful. There's no damage, but people were loud because they were advocating. That's called democracy. And so, you know, people, the problem in Baltimore is that the politicians are the roadblocks, and people are fed up with the politicians who'd rather have nothing done than something that they don't control. And that's what we saw with Ramos and with some of the other politicians there.
Now, Mark says that Ramos was invited here today. She is not here, and he says that speaks volumes. This event lasts from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and it runs for 5 days. Reporting live at the Baltimore Convention Center, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
A California wildfire exploding in size overnight.
Tom Rogers at our live center with where things stand this morning as evacuation orders expand. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Megan and Patrice, we don't have a live view of it, but you can see the size of the area there. Everything in red here. We're watching the Fairview fire. This is in southeast of Los Angeles, Riverside County. New estimates this morning show it is now quadrupled in size from what it was just yesterday. Evacuation areas expanding overnight. Fire just 5% contained. Now, there is relief coming to parts of Southern California, but it could pose new problems here. Hurricane K is forecasted right up Mexico's Baja California Peninsula before weakening and veering away from the U.S. It's expected to be close enough, though, to at least bring some much-needed rain. This weekend, they may be a little too late, though, posing flood and then even mudslide threats if it comes too quick. Till then, near-record heat for the state again today, expected to tax that energy grid. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Topping your national news, taking a live look over New York City, where Trump ally Steve Bannon surrenders to authorities. Bannon is expected to be charged in the border wall scheme. Bannon is facing charges that he duped donors who gave money to fund the wall on the U.S.-Mexico border. He is accused of pocketing $1 million. The U.S. Defense Secretary says President Joe Biden has approved additional military aid to Ukraine worth up to $675 million. And this comes as lawmakers criticize the president's initial request of $47 billion in emergency funding. Nearly $12 billion of that funding would also go to Ukraine. $22 billion would go to COVID-19 relief efforts, and the rest expected to go toward monkeypox and natural disasters.
Skeptical Republicans giving their reaction to Biden's huge financial requests. Texas Senator John Cornyn writes, a better idea is to reprogram already appropriated excess COVID relief funds no longer needed for that purpose. And Arizona Representative Andy Biggs tweeting, Biden ostensibly believes that we should provide unlimited funding with no oversight to a historically corrupt country. Biden has still not indicated what the strategic plans in Ukraine are. That's because there is no strategic plan.
Coming up, Apple reveals the iPhone 14. We're breaking down all the news and what it entails and how much it could cost you.
Fleet Week is underway and there's lots of fun activities. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we're going to learn more about naval oceanography. So be sure to stick around.
And our coverage of Fleet Week continues with the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team.
Olivia Dance joining us live from the Inner Harbor, and she is speaking to a meteorologist from the Navy. And you've got to feel so much cooler already, speaking of weather, with that suit off.
Yeah, guys, I'm definitely cooler. Happy to have that suit off again. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if you guys saw the last half hour, but I was wearing a bomb suit and it weighed 70 pounds. So pretty crazy, but a really cool experience as well. But right now I'm joined by Chief Gee. He is in the Naval Oceanography. Tell us what Naval Oceanography is all about.
All right, well, thank you for having me, and I promise I don't have a bomb suit for you to wear either.
Thank you.
So Naval Oceanography, we employ up to 2,500 scientists, sailors, engineers, and technicians, and we're located all throughout the globe. about 60 different locations. Our primary core focus and our mission is safety of navigation, safety of flight, and we also provide environmental battle space awareness for the commanders of ships and other assets.
Very cool. And right now you're actually stationed at the National Ice Center, which is here in Maryland, for people who may not know. What is that like, and can you also give us a little background on yourself as well?
Yes, absolutely. So the U.S. National Ice Center, our primary job is to do ice analysis, ice forecasting, and it kind of goes back to that safety and navigation. You know, we have ships, whether it be Department of Navy, Coast Guard, even commercial ships that operate in the Arctic and the Antarctic, and they need to know where that ice is to avoid it.
Now, we were talking before this. I know you've traveled all over the world. Do you have a favorite duty station or a top 2 places that you've been stationed at?
Oh, absolutely. So, you know, being in the Navy for about 19 years, I've got to travel to multiple different locations, been stationed at 5 different locations, and one of my favorites is Japan. I love the country, the people. It was amazing.
Yeah, I imagine that would be really cool.
And I guess my second would probably be here down in Maryland and D.C. area. I really enjoy the area here, and just there's so much to do here that it makes my staying here a lot easier than when I was overseas, which I do miss.
I'm sure. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. That's really cool. I just learned a lot. I'm sure everyone else did as well. So thank you again, but I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Well, this week is your last chance for fun at the Maryland State Fair. What you can look forward to before the rides and games are gone.
But first, fall in love with fall all over again as we head into this season. Why Towson's Fall Festival is the place to be once those leaves start changing colors. 9:42 is the time. Fall is in the air, and this weekend is the best time to take a trip uptown for the annual Towson Fall Festival. Towson Chamber of Commerce Marketing Director Calixta Eraso and owner of True Grace, Ann Stankus, joining us to share more about what's going on this weekend and all the beautiful things you see here on the table. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so Calixta, let me start with you.
Yes.
Tell me about the Fall Festival.
So this is our second annual Fall Festival right in the heart of Towson. We're going to have have live music, food trucks, gourmet food trucks, over 60 unique craft vendors just like Anne, live music in the Patriot Plaza. We're going to have That's What She Said performing, and Doc Martin and the Flannels, which is a big favorite. So yeah, it's going to be a really exciting day, and we have great weather.
Now, see, I'm trying to hold on to summer as long as possible, but when you talk about fall festivals and things like this, then I'm all on board for fall. So it's all right. All right. So, Anne, you're one of the many vendors out there. Tell me about the kinds of things that you sell in your shop that people will get a chance to see.
Well, I sell all different kinds of jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, all handmade, one of a kind.
Very nice. And I said you've got the Halloween season covered right there.
Right.
You go from Halloween and down there we've got some
to the
Christmas.
Little Christmas gnome pin.
Very cute. All right, so jewelry, one of the vendors. What other types of vendors?
Handmade items, clothing. We have different candles, soaps, lots of really great one-of-a-kind pieces of jewelry. So it's basically kind of, you can go there and you'll find a little bit of everything, and it's a great thing to get gifts for people, and it's going to be a really great day.
We're heading into that season when you start to think about that stuff. Is the reason you do this just to get the community together, or is it also to show off your businesses, or a little bit of everything?
It's a little bit of both, definitely to bring the community together, and we like to support small businesses like Anne. It's super important now, and so in our local food trucks that come in. So just a good event for the community and just having the whole small business and shopping local.
Is there a fee to come to the event, or is it just for when you want to purchase things, which, of course, once you're there, you should purchase lots of things?
Yes, there's no fee. It's a free entry. They're going to be doing $2 event parking in the Baltimore Avenue garage right in Towson. So it's super simple, but it's going to be great.
And you have a great weekend for it. The weather is supposed to be amazing on Saturday.
Yes. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
I was going to say, if by chance something changed, is it rain or shine? But we're not even going to go there.
We're not going to go there. We don't talk about rain.
Right? Well, ladies, thank you very much. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is on your side, because you've been talking about a great forecast for Saturday.
Yeah, all sun Saturday. Don't need to worry about any rain. Today's even going to be drier. Tomorrow's going to be brighter and more sunny, and same for Saturday. Rain holds off until late Sunday, actually, as the weekend comes to an end, and then it's a little more unsettled as we get into next week. Lots happening across the country. Although things are drying out and calming down here, we still have extreme heat that's baking California. We're tracking a hurricane, Hurricane K, that's on the way there, going to send them some much-needed rain, but almost too much rain, and that's going to cause a whole new set of issues. And then off our coast, we've got Hurricane Earl. That's actually strengthening, going to become a major hurricane within 24 hours, but fortunately, that's pushing away from us. We also have an area of low pressure sitting and spinning off our coast. That's also drifting away from us, taking the clouds along with it. Eventually, we'll brighten up our skies. We can already see that looking down at Towson. Not seeing a lot of fall colors just yet. Tons of green looking down there. But we are starting to see some sun break through the pesky clouds. And it feels kind of fallish out there this morning. Upper 60s, low 70s this morning. Eventually, it's going to be a warmer day ahead of us. Future scan shows that. We're not really tracking any rain chances today. A little sprinkle, a stray shower, that's it. We are looking at more clouds and sun, though, as we head through the afternoon. But high temperatures should warm through the upper 70s to near 80 before the day's up. And then our skies clear. Friday morning looking fantastic. We've got sunshine that's going to take us into the weekend. Low 80s are back again Friday, and then the sunshine is here to stay as we head through Saturday. We've also got the Maryland State Fair happening, final weekend of it. If you're going to head out, you've got a couple of opportunities here and some beautiful days for it. Low 80s up through Saturday. Saturday looks great for whatever you have planned outside. Sunday, not as great. We've got the showers moving in during the afternoon. I do your plans earlier over later on Sunday. With the clouds and the showers Sunday, it's also going to be a little bit cooler with highs backing off into the upper 70s. But leading up to that, we've got a nice little stretch of the 80s. Yes, Sunday's a little cooler, but early next week, the 80s are back, even though we do have multiple rain chances. Looks a little unsettled for a brand new week. Scattered showers likely both Monday into Tuesday with that weather maker slowly drifting through. Actually, more showers expected through midweek with highs staying in the low 80s. Now, in just a couple of minutes, we'll take a look ahead at your full 10-day forecast that will take you through the end of the following week into the following weekend for that Ravens home opener. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Topping your consumer news, Apple is revealing its newest phone, the iPhone 14. The new phone has the ability to connect to satellites in an emergency when cell or Wi-Fi service is not available. The iPhone is also larger than before. It takes better pictures and features longer battery life. The iPhone 14 will be around $800. Google is making plans to launch its latest line of smartphones early next month. Among the new devices, the company's first ever smartwatch and new additions to the Nest Smart Home portfolio.
Target is dropping its mandatory retirement age for its CEO. The company is extending its contract with Chief Executive Brian Cornell for 3 more years. Cornell, who led the company through the pandemic, would be over the age of 65 in that time. Instagram is making changes. The site is scaling back its shopping features. In a memo to staff, the company announced it would phase out the shopping page on its platform. Instead, over the next few months, Instagram will be testing a simpler and less personalized version of the page.
Well, the 3rd week of the Maryland State Fair starts today. And if you haven't made it to the fair, this week is your last chance. It wraps up this weekend.
Sunday, September 11th is the last day of the Maryland State Fair. It is also Fox 45 News Day. All the more reason that even if you have been out to the fair, you should come back again this weekend, because you can meet some of your favorite Fox 45 news talent out there. We'll all be out there ready to meet and greet. So good time to get back out.
I'm still excited to try that pickle pizza or any of their new foods that are out there.
Oh, that's right. I was gone for a week. Did Justin try it when he was out there?
No, it was not out there for him. However, we are hoping on Sunday to give it a shot.
I'm out there with you on Sunday. Are you going to try it?
Yeah, if they have it on that day, because I know it's kind of hit or miss, but yes, for sure.
I will go find you a slice.
Okay.
Megan.
We'll Facebook Live. If you go to the fair this weekend, we want to see it. Facebook, pictures, videos, whatever you got, you can send them to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in.
And I know it's exciting to come see us, of course, but the concerts.
Oh my God.
Are this weekend too. They've got Nelly on Friday. They've got Styx on Sunday, the day we'd be out there. So
way cooler than we are.
Yes, a lot of fun. All right, stay with Fox 45 Morning News, because when we come back, we've got meteorologist Amy Aronson, and she's going to have your exclusive 10-day forecast so you know about your fair weather in there. 9:52 is the time.
I see some sun shining down on all these new boats that are taking over the inner harbor.
Great chance to get out and go on them and explore them.
But so we don't have the full shot of the ship in this particular picture. We've been showing it earlier, but when you see the full size of the ship versus the tall ship in front of it, like the warship, it's so much bigger.
Huge.
You could fit like 3 or 4 of the tall
The one
ships
that
on
I
there.
was on yesterday, the Carter Hall, is 610 feet long.
Wow.
My God.
I mean, you've got planes on there, you've got vehicles underneath on the bottom decks there, so pretty incredible to go and tour them and have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
That one on the right is a minesweeper, so that's kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's the USS Minneapolis St. Paul. So
And
it's
it's
a big, long name.
but not as big as the Carter
right,
Hall.
Carter.
Yeah.
But I thought there was a flight deck in the back of it. I thought
There is.
it
It's
was.
just one helicopter pad.
Wow.
You know, the Carter Hall had 2.
Right. Crazy.
That is crazy. And you've got great weather to check out anything this weekend. If you want to head down to the Inner Harbor, maybe the State Fair, we've got sunshine not only today, eventually, tomorrow, and Saturday, low 80s. And then Sunday, that's when things don't get quite as nice. Some showers by the late afternoon, early evening hours. Early next week, unsettled again. But Monday and Tuesday, we'll take the rain then, right? Get it out of the way early on in the week.
Oh, yeah, there's that flight deck.
See? Yeah, you can see the length there. We'll see you.
And then look at the little boats next to it, little tugboats.